and Mike Salk.
And hi, good morning, everybody. Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app, and all the podcast platforms, plus 97.3. HD2, crystal clear, high-definition radio. Great way to listen to the show. Make sure you try that. If you've probably got it in your car, you may not even realize you have high-definition radio. It's not like well-advertised. It's usually complicated. There's no like set way to get to HD2. It's different on every car, but a lot of the radios from like the last, 10 years have it. So check, and maybe you got HD2, and that's a great way to listen to the show and the station and everything else here. So good morning, everybody. Hope you enjoyed the nice weather yesterday. We got it all week long. Today is Brock's birthday, so once he gets here at 7, we will wish him a happy birthday, and he will be honored. 49 this year. Getting a little close to 50. Certainly a couple years closer than I am. All right, couple things I wanted to start with today. Let's start here. I was looking at the standings for Major League Baseball. Anybody know the Mariners' record? The Mariners' record, anybody. The Mariners are 8-8, 500, okay? How many teams in the American League are more than 2 games above 500 right now today? Any guesses?
Oh, you're waiting for us.
I'm waiting for you.
4.
4 teams in the American League?
I'll say 3. I mean, the American League's not good.
It is 2. 2 teams. The Yankees and Rangers are both 2 games above 500, so 9 and 7. Other than that, the only teams that have pushed themselves a little bit above that are, any guesses? This one's a maybe more fun question. Who are the top 2 teams by winning percentage right now in the American League? The only 2 teams more than 2 games over 500.
More than 2 games over?
Yep.
Well, you just said the Yankees, right?
No, the Yankees are only 2 games over. Who are the other 2 teams ahead of the Yankees and Rangers?
Isn't one of them the Angels?
One of them is the Angels at 9 and 6, and the other is the Detroit Tigers, who are 10 and 6. That's it. That's your ball game. That's the number of teams that have been successful so far this year in the American League. If we go to the National League and you include the NL West, now obviously that number is pretty high. Padres 14-3, Giants 12-4, Dodgers 12-6. The Giants are 12-6. They're in 3rd place in their division. It's funny. Diamondbacks, by the way, 9-7, same record as the Yankees. They're already 4.5 games back in the NL West at 9-7. Outside of those 4 teams, what teams in the National League are more than 2 games above 500? Any guesses? How many?
Well, it's obviously not the Braves, so I'm trying to think through. The Phillies?
Nope. Phillies are 9-7. They are 2 games above 500. There's only 2 teams. The Mets, who are 11-5, and the Cubs, who are just over at 11-8. That's it. It has been a crazy, very even start to this baseball season. So kind of go through that exercise because, we don't look at the standings every day. It's not like the old days where you'd wake up, you'd get the paper delivered, right? And when I say old days, I mean old days. You get the paper delivered, you'd open the sports section, and before you were done, you'd look at wherever the scoreboard section was, and you check the standings, you check the leaders, you check all that stuff. And I do think that while all of the information is now in some ways more readily available to all of us, of course it is, right? I mean, where would you like to get your standings and leaders? Would you like to go to ESPN.com? Would you like to go to MLB.com? Would you like to go to Baseball Reference, CBS Sport? I mean, like everybody has a version of the standings and the leaders and all that. So it's incredibly easy to get to. But it's a step you have to take, right? You have to care enough to think, I wonder what the standings are today. I wonder who the leaders are today. And I do believe that today's sports fan actually has in some ways a little less of a sense of what's going on around the league, not just in baseball, but in kind of in all sports, because they don't see the standings every day. You have to actually take a step to look at the standings rather than just having them there in your sports section that you were looking at. So it's easy to get caught up in what your team is doing and kind of forget or not notice what all the other teams around the league or other players around the league are doing. And sometimes it can be helpful to see that while you're 8-8, turns out that's like everybody else basically this year. You're within a game or two of almost everybody else in baseball right now, both in good ways and bad ways. And of the teams you're going to play on this road trip, you're going to go to Cincinnati starting today. They're 8-8, same record as you. Then you go to Toronto. They are 9-8, half a game ahead of you. Then you go to Boston. They are 8-10, basically, right in the same zone as you are, just a little bit behind you. And there's some real concern, I believe, in Boston about where that team is going. By the way, team that I think we've all believed has one of the better offenses and has looked like, contenders the last couple of years. Who's in last place in the American League East? That'd be the Orioles, 6-9. So some of that is, there's a lot of parity around the league, especially in the American League this year. And secondly, it is really early. The Angels are still in first place. The Orioles are still in last place, right? I mean, like some teams that I think are probably going to separate themselves either good or bad have not done that yet. So a couple weeks into the season, still a long way to go. It is also a way of noting that something came out yesterday that may drive you crazy. Maybe it'll make you happy. I don't know. But when I was a kid, there was a sportscaster growing up. His name was Bob Lobel. Great. I mean, he was funny. TV guy. He was on Channel 4 in Boston. TV guy and just funny dude. Caustic, cynical, but also with like a big smile. So you never really took him too seriously, even though he was. And his thing was always every time somebody would do well for another team that had been in Boston earlier, he would always say, "Why can't we get guys like that?" And so I thought of Bob this morning. He's still alive. He's in his early 80s. But I thought of Bob this morning when I read that Ty France was just named American League Player of the Week for the last place Twins. Second to last place Twins. He hit .440 with 2 home runs and 6 runs driven in. Ty France, AL Player of the Week for the Twins, hit .440, 2 home runs and 6 RBI. What does that mean? Not a lot. It means Ty had a good week, and I think you're probably happy for him because Ty's a good guy and everybody always kind of liked him. But also, we're going to go through this with Polanco in a little bit more detail at 7 o'clock. This game is, I know everyone wants to predict it. I know everybody wants to, hold people's feet to the fire, and I'm not averse to that. I mean, over time, you've got to get it right. But it is amazing how looking at just a snapshot of the game of baseball can really trick you, can lead you to making calls and decisions that ultimately will backfire on you. And, I mean, Ty France, I'm not saying they shouldn't have released Ty France, but it is funny how looking at a 1-week sample or 2-week sample or a month-long sample, or in Jorge Polanco's case, a full year sample, or maybe it's just this week. I mean, how do I know? Who's Jorge Polanco? Do you know? Is he the guy that played for the Twins for a really long time? Is he the guy that was so bad here last year that he was benched? Or is he the guy that has started off on the most torrid pace of anybody on the Mariners through the first 2+ weeks of the season? Anybody know? If you do, congratulations. If you know who Jorge Polanco is as a player, congratulations. I know who he is right now today, on this hot streak that he's on. I don't know if he's closer to the guy in Minnesota, closer to this guy, closer to the guy we saw last year. I don't know what he's going to be the rest of the year. And if you feel like you do, congratulations. You figured it out. I am not going to pretend like I have. I don't. I have no clue. I have really no idea. And it is amazing how much this game will change. So we'll talk more about it at 7. And I know people get mad when I say things like, this is baseball, or that's just baseball, or whatever. Jorge Polanco's just baseball. And it's funny how people don't want to hear that. And I understand why. I'm not getting mad about it. I understand why. But people don't want to hear that's just baseball when the story is negative, right? When it feels like an excuse. Are you more comfortable with it when it honors somebody who's doing well? Or do you feel like it diminishes them? I feel like you kind of, I mean, this is sort of a Bob Stelton thing, but you can kind of only have it one way. If you get mad at it's just baseball when Jorge Polanco has a bad year, are you going to get mad about it when he's having a good year and someone says it? some of that's just baseball. There's a lot of luck involved in this game.
Part of what they think when you say that is that it's like, well, what am I supposed to do for the first 3 months? I'm just supposed to not have an opinion, and I think that's where they come from.
You can have all the opinions you want. Just understand that they may change tomorrow.
Yeah.
Like Jorge Polanco, like Ty France, like any number of other guys. And I think when you box yourself into it's not so much about how a guy's playing. Comment on how people are playing. It's the comments on intent.
The overarching.
Yeah, overarching intent, predicted, what's going to happen next, expectation. I think all those things are the things that always get me because how many times does this thing turn around? So if you're going to get upset at, hey, it's just baseball when it comes to Jorge Polanco having a bad year, don't get upset when you hear the same thing the next year, which is, hey, it's just baseball. He's having a good year now. Who would have guessed? So anyway, that's kind of where we're at this morning. We got a lot to do today. We're going to talk a lot of baseball today. We can talk to Aaron Goldsmith at 7:30. We will have Jeff Passan this morning at 8:30. Jeff says he has takes. He says he's got takes, but they seem to be about me throwing out the first pitch in Everett the other night, so I don't know where that's going to go. Stick around. It's going to be a fun show. We'll come back here with everything you need to know next on Brock and Salk.
The Cal Raleigh Show.
Belted way out of here to right field. Holy smokes.
Every Thursday with Shannon Dreyer on Wyman and Bob.
Seattle has been nothing but good to me. I would love nothing more to play for one team my whole career.
Listen live on the Seattle Sports app or find the video on YouTube.
Cal Raleigh with a walk-off home run.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
47,000 fans are going crazy.
Right now, have beautiful, ultra-efficient, clean technology windows installed and pay $0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 18 months. Only from Lake Washington Windows and Doors. And they'll even pay your sales tax. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Whether you're shaping up a small yard or tackling serious acreage, Steel walk-behind, zero-turn, and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel, let's go mow. Available at participating dealers.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, dream engagement rings are our specialty. We have the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds, hand-picked in every price range, ready to compare side by side. Shop online at shaneco.com or in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey there, I'm Jack.
And I'm Stag.
We're just two deer that want to make sure you know it's deer season at your authorized John Deere dealer. The deer season that saves bucks. You know, like us.
Yeah, you can get $3,000 off select John Deere machines. No early wake-up calls or tree stands required.
Just a trip to your authorized dealer before June 2nd.
If you ask us, it's the only deer season worth celebrating.
Visit johndeere.com/deer season to find an authorized dealer and for complete finance details.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Come on in to Total Wine & More. Prices much lower than a grocery store. Spirits, wine, beer for a whole lot less. Walking down the aisles makes you stop and say, yes! From mixing cocktails to a friendly get-together, Total Wine has everything you need and more. With the lowest prices and best selection for over 30 years, you'll always find what you love and love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
SoFi Personal Loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible: overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
It's the World Fighting Championships at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center. Saturday night, May 10th. Experience the thrill of live MMA, boxing, Muay Thai, and kickboxing. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this exciting mixed martial arts event. The World Fighting Championships, May 10th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older. Need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
You're free now. Free to stream beyond your wildest dreams.
Rom-coms, slasher-coms, space operas.
Free to fill your feed with impossibly chonky chonkers.
Cats, corgis, babies on demand.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things.
Bowl of chips on the Robo-Vacuum.
Free to open a world of remote work and Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com.
Limited availability, service in select locations only.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, from Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Dr. Wagner is hosting a free stem cell webinar Thursday, April 24th to explain stem cell therapy.
I'm really looking forward to this live webinar to educate on how using your own stem cells can be an extremely successful method to help regenerate native tissue in rotator cuffs, meniscus tears, and reduce pain in osteoarthritic joints.
And which joints have you seen good success with?
Shoulders, elbows, hips, knees, even wrists and ankles. And in this live webinar, we'll tell you all about the procedure, how simple and safe it is using your own stem cells, and how we determine if you're a candidate.
Dr. Wagner has performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures. Are you in pain? Join him Thursday, April 24th for the free stem cell webinar and learn all about this amazing procedure. Register now at drmarkwagnermd.com. That's drmarkwagnermd.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Are the suddenly hot Mariners taking their show on the road for the first extended trip of the season? Starts this afternoon in Cincinnati. Luis Castillo returning to the spot where he developed to face Nick Lodolo. Bryce Miller tomorrow against Nick Martinez. So that essentially means they are indeed skipping the fifth spot and then using that day off instead. The Reds have been, like a lot of teams, a lot like the Mariners. Started off slow, have won 5 of 6 since. In their case, 2 of 3 in San Francisco, then a sweep of the Pirates. So that's kind of what you're looking forward to as you ride into Cincinnati today. Logan Gilbert, hey, we kind of missed this on Friday. This is cool. Logan, talking to Wyman and Bob before the game, told them that signing Cal Raleigh was, in fact, an impact on his desire and may change what happens with his future here in Seattle.
I mean, there's a lot that goes into it, but as far as one person signing with the team that's going to have the most influence on you is Cal being here. And that's what happened with him locking up however many years it was. So it definitely factors in. It's a big deal. That's the guy I've thrown to pretty much 90-something% of my career, and including the minors too. So, you know, there is risk with if you ever go somewhere else and you have a new catcher and a lot of things change. Cal knows me so well that I kind of dream up the perfect scenario. You'd think of like Wainwright and Yachty, how they had, 300 starts together or whatever it is. Like one day breaking that record would be pretty cool. I mean, a lot of things have to go right, but if I could throw to Cal the rest of my career, I'd do it.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to hear. And, it doesn't mean Logan's going to sign a long-term deal or even that the Mariners should necessarily do it. But when you hear that, certainly does speak to just how important Cal Raleigh is to this team and certainly to that relationship with his former roommate, Logan Gilbert.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
So 17 prospective players are going to attend the draft next week in Green Bay. There are a few surprises in there. 3 quarterbacks. Cam Ward, that one makes sense. Jackson Dart, okay. But Jalen Milroe, yes. Shedeur Sanders, no. I'm sure that's some sort of a weird Dion thing, but you would think Shedeur would want maximum exposure. Maybe he didn't want to be there if indeed he does fall and fall and fall. One of those conversations has been, hey, what do you do if he's still there at 18? And oddly, Daniel Jeremiah last week didn't poo-poo that thought.
I think there's a possibility that's correct. If Shedeur Sanders is sitting there at 18, would he be a fit in this kind of system and that kind of value that a QB could add?
I think you could say he could be a fit, yeah. But I think, in my opinion, I think Sam Darnold's more talented, and you've already brought him in the building. So I'm going to try and do something to help Sam. And Sam's he's not old, so you've still got runway in front of him. So. Yes and no. Yes, it's a fit. I don't know that I would do that there.
All right, a couple of the other players who will be there, wide receivers, Golden and McMillan both, Abdul Carter, Jahad Campbell, and a host of other players as well. What do the Seahawks do? Again, I don't think any of us really know. That whole quarterback conversation I still think is a very interesting one. And I guess the guy that I would continue to focus on because it just feels the most likely is Jackson Dart. And we asked Matt Miller about him. Like, what's the upside here?
So I think with Dart, it is all upside, but he has shown on tape. You know, he was productive, he was accurate, he throws a really good deep ball. He understands space and timing. I think if he can get into, more of a traditional West Coast system where it is built on a lot of timing and space, he could be really, really productive. In year one, if you needed to play him, I think he could be like Bo Nix, where you could cover him up a little bit, let him learn on the job. I mean, he started for 3 years at Ole Miss. He has a lot of experience. It's just getting him caught up to making reads and decisions outside of that offense.
John Schneider's comments last week from the John Schneider show were that this might be a deeper quarterback class than people think, and now people are speculating. Is he trying to draft one? Is he trying to move around? I don't know. We'll find out. I don't know that there's any way to predict this thing, but I am at least going to be watching to see where Jackson Dart ends up.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Final Kraken game of the season tonight as they take on the Kings. Yes, I'm wearing my Kraken hoodie, or I guess this is a quarter zip today. Currently have the 5th worst record, but that could go as low as number 4, could go as high as 9th. The third time, though, in 4 years that they finish outside the playoffs. The other times they've been 3rd and 8th worst team in the league. And yeah, this season has been a clear disappointment, right? Never really threatened to be one of the better teams in the league. There were a couple of flashes, which is nice. You got to like the offensive potential of Capo Caco, and Shane Wright scoring 18 goals in his rookie year is definitely a good thing. But overall, Beniers did not improve. Young Riker Evans struggled badly. There wasn't a lot of other positive movement around the team, and so I think ultimately you say that this was a disappointing season. The Storm had the 2nd overall pick last night. They chose 6'6" French center Dominique Malonga, who's been compared to Victor Wembanyama. That's exciting. Here's what she said about that.
I mean, this nickname is like stick to me, I think, now for a long, long time. So first, it's an honor, of course, because Victor, we all know like who he is and what he can do. So it's a honor to be compared to him. And of course, I can see some similarities in our physics, in our games. So of course, I can relate to that. But
that's nice. Certainly a good person to be compared to. She's only 19, won France's silver medal in the 2024 Olympics. And yeah, pretty cool. Team also drafted.
She first was able to dunk at 16.
Same. Yeah, both. Team also drafted Serena Sundell with the number 26 pick. If you know that name or if it sounds familiar, she is Jalen Sundell's sister. He's the undrafted offensive lineman for the Seahawks who seemed to move ahead of a few of the guys that were better known last season. And, of course, Paige Beckers did indeed go number 1 overall to Dallas. That is everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. All right, as I said, we're going to spend some time talking baseball today with Aaron Goldsmith at 7:30, with Jeff Passan at 8:30. Brock's got draft profiles again today, of course. And we took a different look at the draft. Now, we get a lot of the scouting perspective, and Daniel Jeremiah will give us more tomorrow at 8:30 when he joins us for his regular Wednesday conversation. But there is another way of looking at the draft, and it's much more big picture. It has much more to do with strategy and a lot less to do with who you're drafting and a lot more to do with what it's doing for your team. Stick around. We'll try to learn a little bit about it together next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. Weekdays 2 to 7.
Ryan Roland Smith with us.
I said Emerson Hancock was going to be the dude this year, and then he gives up a 6 spot there in the first inning.
Catching some heat on social media there.
I was.
You should have just responded, just going,
Yeah, how's the bracket looking? Dave, you impressed me. That's a pretty dialed-in American accent right there.
it's not bad. Oh, yeah.
Now,
Well, you sound like an American geek. It's still good.
Hear the rest of this interview on demand at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
All right, luxury. Who doesn't like luxury? It awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. That's where comfort meets elegance, right? And this summer, oh man, it all comes together. The world-class dining, the entertainment. Did I say entertainment? Oh yeah. The award-winning summer concert series is back. Great artists, Hanson, Austin Jenks, Melanie Fiona, POD, all this summer overlooking that beautiful Snoqualmie Valley. You can get tickets at snocasino.com. Seattle's closest? It's now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
From groceries to home prices, the cost of living in Washington state keeps going up. Now, Olympia politicians are proposing the largest tax increases in state history. Don't be fooled. If taxes go up, we'll all pay even more. Washington needs lower costs, not higher taxes. Tell the politicians no by visiting www.affordablewashington.org. Paid for by the people for an affordable Washington. Top 5 contributors are Washington Alliance for a Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Amazon.
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here. I'm excited to introduce you to my good friend Keith Dashafy, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Keith?
Thanks, Rick. At Pella Windows and Doors, we pride ourselves on delivering top-quality windows and doors that enhance the beauty and energy efficiency of your home. Our products are built to last with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. Whether you're looking to upgrade your windows or install new doors, Pella has you covered.
That's fantastic, Keith. Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
It's time to celebrate Seattle golf with a community swing event. Tuesday, April the 29th at the Jackson Park Golf Course from 11 till 6. Music on the range, free 10-minute lessons, club fittings, food and beverage specials, bucket golf, and free face painting, a Seattle golf celebration. $25 greens fees after 11 a.m. at Jackson, Bill Wright in West Seattle. Free top trays here at Inner Bay, along with food and beverage specials at all the great Seattle locations. It's the garage reminding you to play the courses, play virtual, play premier.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Announcing the Million Hour Volunteer Rally. G here, join me, Safeway and Albertsons, and donate your time and skills to support local food banks and host food drives or fundraisers. You can win free groceries for a year and a $5,000 donation to your favorite hunger relief agency. Visit Albertsons.com/volunteer to learn more. Find volunteer opportunities and log your hours. 1 million hours will help create food secure communities. Visit Albertsons.com/volunteer.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. We help all types of injury victims like Sean, who was rear-ended in a car accident.
They're just easy to work with. They're fast. I like the fact that he had military service. I can see a lot of Marine in Rob. He's very in charge, really gets things done. But I didn't have to do anything. He offered me a settlement, had a number in my head, was nearly double that. I would refer absolutely anybody to Rob.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested. Eddie's!
Hey guys, did you know that half of men over age 50 have erectile dysfunction on some level? Whether you have mild, moderate, or severe ED, West Coast Men's Health can help. We don't prescribe pills and hope they work. Instead, we treat the root cause of the problem with acoustic wave therapy, which breaks down plaque, unclogs arteries, and restores blood flow. We have treated thousands of men across our 11 locations nationwide and have established ourselves as a leader in the industry. So whether you have ED, Peyronie's disease, or suffer from chronic pain, such as neuropathy, carpal tunnel, or Dupuytren's contracture, West Coast Men's Health can help. No pills, no shots, no surgery, just results.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call West Coast Men's Health at 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
This summer, make sure your roof is ready for the season ahead with a company you can trust, like 3 Tree Roofing. We're not just your roofers, we're your neighbors, and we're here to help you protect your home this season. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free on-site estimate and get your roof replaced before the summer rush and potential material price increases. Our certified technicians make your roof replacement easy and worry-free, so you can focus on the important things this summer. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free, no-pressure estimate. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, I'm excited for this. Said we'd give kind of a different perspective on the NFL draft. Of course, a week from Thursday will be the first round of the draft and a huge one for the Seahawks. We talked to Daniel Jeremiah every week. We've had Matt Miller. We've had
Mayock, we've had McShay, we've had every analyst under the sun.
Right. I mean, you got to get ready for this thing in any number of ways, but this is a totally different perspective. So let me bring in Kevin Cole from Unexpected Points, Unexpected Points. Now, Kevin, give me a little bit on the bio so we know who you are and kind of what your story is and kind of what perspective you come from.
Sure. Maybe I'll go a little bit in reverse chronological
give us
order.
the 30-second bio.
Yeah, let us know who you are.
So PFF before this, as a data scientist, someone who's looked into the insights that come from not only the data that they had at PFF, but also some tracking data and other things that are available publicly, and trying to find basically edges that you can get. And I think you're right, this draft discussion, how I'm looking at it is a little bit different. Most people are looking at player evaluation. I'm looking at to see how can we enhance that player evaluation by looking at some broader metrics and tilt the odds in the favor of different teams.
So I say this with respect. It's more of and you put it in your article, it's more of a nerdy look at how to draft as opposed to an inside scouting look. And there's a tremendous amount of value in that because if all you have is scouts, cool, they can all put together like who looks better than who else, but then how do you build a team appropriately and get the right value? So that's kind of the background. I'm fascinated by this idea of surplus value that you wrote about. Can you give us a description of what does that mean?
Yeah. So what it means is that if you think about building an NFL team as you have a hard salary cap, you have a few different ways of acquiring players, free agency, trading, and the draft. And you're trying to find the best way to fit those players in within that constraint of the salary cap. So what the draft really provides in benefit is it provides two different things. It provides, of course, and what we focus on a lot is kind of the access to talent, the talent that's out there. They're first initially acquired through the draft. And of course, there are undrafted free agents, but we'll set those aside for a second at right now. And the second thing that it gives everyone is cost control. These rookie contracts are locked in. And for the most part, on average, they're going to be players drafted at a certain selection are going to give you more benefit than the equivalent player, the equivalent value player, the equivalent worth of a player in free agency or in trade or on a second or third contract, something like that. So it's really looking at these draft picks and deciding, okay, how much of a benefit are we getting there? And that cost savings can then be applied other ways and build a better roster overall.
And as you dig in and you start to understand that value, what jumps out to you?
Well, I think positional value, which has been talked about a lot, I mean, that's something where if you come from the assumption that it's not that player evaluation doesn't matter, it's more that people are so good at player evaluation on an individual basis, and they have so much information. We have some of the best, most knowledgeable football people out there throughout all these 32 NFL teams. If you set that aside and you say, okay, we can get a little bit better there. We want to be as best as we can there, but we know that we have to be a little bit different to try to get some value. I think there's a few different things that jump out. I mean, trading in the draft is one area that I like to look at for the value you can gain there, mostly trading back, but there can be some other circumstances. Positional value, so targeting the right positions at the right points in the draft based upon what we've seen historically, and the ones that give the most value, so you're getting the highest valuation on a second contract from those types of players, but at a lower cost on the rookie contract. And then the last thing is looking at this concept of reaching for a player or getting a value on a player, and you can quantify a little bit there with, normally if you're reaching on a player versus a consensus, it's worse than the benefit of getting a player on a value. And you can adjust all three of those things, and I combine those all to look at draft grades. That's how I grade teams afterwards, rather than just looking at the specific players.
So, just looking at I like the way you tiered the positions in terms of positional value. It's not an exact description, but essentially big people matter.
Yes, big people matter. And again, this is being derived from what the NFL values. So this is not my personal opinion necessarily, or some keen insight from the data. It's more saying, what are people willing to pay a lot of money for? What are NFL GMs willing to pay a lot of money for? So of course you have the quarterback, but if we set that aside, the other positions I would say, what I put into the tier 1 right now are edge rushers, offensive tackles, and interior defensive linemen, but mostly that falls into the category of those who are pass rushers. And not only are they paid a lot of money, so that factors into the equation, but they're also players that are more difficult to find who end up becoming elite later on in the draft. So that's another thing. There's like a scarcity to being able to find these players once we get into the second, third, fourth, fifth round. So that raises and enhances their value in the first round. And if they're really, really good at these positions, especially something like offensive tackle, they just don't hit the free agency market that much. So if you're thinking holistically on how to build a team, you more often have to find these players if you want to find an elite or an above average player within the draft. And that's why their value raises even higher as far as the draft pick is concerned.
I think one of the challenges Mike and I have had, especially Michael, over the last, decade or so with the interior offensive line struggles with the Seahawks is, hey man, hold on a second. This isn't the NFL of 30 years ago. If you were on 30 years ago with us, it would be the same thing. Tackles, pass rushers, quarterbacks, all very valuable. But now these defensive linemen go up and down the line of scrimmage, especially in nickel situations. Now these D tackles aren't Ted Washington, right? They're not slugs sitting in there just eating space. Now these guys up and down the line are all highly dynamic. Why hasn't the value of offensive guards elevated with the value of those defensive tackles?
I mean, I would say it has elevated, maybe not on the same scale as the defensive tackles, but it has definitely gone up quite a bit. If you look at not center as much, but when we're talking about guards, the values have gone up quite a bit. There are a number of high free agency signings that we've seen over the years. I would just say within the draft, though, it is a position where elite talent does hit the free agent market, where you do not see that as often for guys who are on the outside for offensive tackles. And I think part of that is structurally in the NFL, there's one franchise tag amount for the entire offensive line. So the cost that you're going to have as a team if you decide to franchise a player, if you franchise a guard versus a tackle or a center versus a tackle, you're not really getting as much benefit because those tackles make more money. So because of that, they end up on the free agent market a little bit more. And maybe that lowers their value a little bit when we look at the first or second round in the NFL draft. You don't have to spend there. If you want to have a boatload of money that you saved because of other positions, other great draft picks you've made, you can invest that more often in a guard than you could in a tackle and get a higher level of talent in free agency.
Talking to Kevin Cole, who writes Unexpected Points and wrote a really just tremendous piece on how to look at the draft in a different way. So how do you factor in needs? How do you factor in team philosophies? The Ravens want to be physical. Another team wants to throw it all over the yard and needs wide receivers in order to do that. How do you take this surplus value chart, essentially, and factor in the type of team you want to be?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's an interesting question. Again, I would think about it from a perspective of, again, looking at free agency and the draft together a little bit here. And free agency comes before the NFL draft, which is different in the NBA. It kind of works the other way around. So sometimes you don't know who you're going to draft first until you've already gone through free agency. So I'd say if you're a team that has particular needs in certain areas that you can't be certain of the fact that you're going to find them maybe in the best value ranges during the NFL draft, you probably want to invest a bit more of that in free agency. And then when it comes to the draft, I mean, there can be incremental differences in how you're going to want to value these players. But I think generally when teams are drafting for need, it's something to consider. But at the same point in time, the roster that we see right now versus the roster we see on, the kickoff week to 4 weeks into the season to 10 weeks into the season, there's a lot of chaos that ends up happening here. So that's why I think if you consistently draft high value players at high value positions in those early rounds, and you work around being able to fill out those needs and the unique aspects of your team around that, I think over time that'll pay off.
So just quickly, you said that you grade teams at the end of these drafts. I don't know that you have your grades from previous years in front of you, but I would imagine a few years ago when the Seahawks drafted Devin Witherspoon, a corner number 5, and then went wide receiver with JSN number 20, two positions that are in tier 2 for you, that probably wasn't an incredibly highly rated draft for you.
Let me pull it up here now that we have it. Overall, last year I had the Seahawks looking pretty good. So there are differences in these positions. I just want to maybe just lay out quickly. There is a relative difference, but we're talking about surplus value differences between drafting a cornerback versus, let's say, an edge rusher in that type of position. It's only going to be maybe 3, 4, 5 million in savings that we're talking about here on a $270-something million cap. So it's not going to, sink or swim your draft there. But these start to accumulate when you have 50 different players who are on your roster for a team. So that was a slight difference in there. But the Seahawks did well via trade and did well overall, I think, positionally in those drafts. So I actually rated them being the 8th best draft last year in total surplus value gained.
How about the year before? I think what Salk's pointing to was
it was 2 years ago. Right? Yeah.
Yeah, it was 2 years ago with Spoon at 5, JSN at 20.
Because last year you go D-tackle in the first round with Byron Murphy. I mean, I would assume that probably rates highly.
Okay, yeah. So the Seahawks are a little bit lower, but actually not as bad as you might think. Again, what they've done is consistently these what seem like smaller trades picked up a lot of trading value. So it's one of those things where I think, positionally it was a little bit down in the 2023 draft, but was overcome. It was offset by trading value, and then also some decent discipline. It hasn't been as good in some of these prior years when you look at consensus big board versus where these players have been drafted. So it was a little bit lower 2 years ago, but it helps when you're able to consistently gain a little bit of value through trading back in the draft.
I think we've learned in baseball, there's a lot of you guys in all sorts of analytics departments all across Major League Baseball. Are there many Kevins in NFL front offices right now?
There are more than there used to be. I think what's kind of precipitated more people being brought in is the fact that there's all this tracking data that's now available to teams, which is really difficult to grasp any insight from if you don't have people who can, find millions of lines of data and be able how to sort and figure those things out. It's growing. I think there's also been a little bit of turnover for ownership. It all starts at the top, and we've had some owners come in who are from, big money. We've seen a lot of big money owners who probably have, built out businesses elsewhere, which have really relied heavily upon analytics. So that's happened. And then a little bit of young blood when it comes to GMs who have come in, who are more able to grasp what's going on there. So it's happening, it's building, but it's not a universal thing. And within baseball teams, they almost have their own departments, their own little mini tech companies within a baseball team. We haven't gotten to that point in the NFL beyond a couple of teams, maybe.
It makes sense. There's not that much money in the NFL. So these poor teams, they can't possibly afford to build that out.
Is it true that Salk told you before the segment started to say things like chasing edges if you want to work with the Seahawks? Is that true or false?
No, I was not told that, but I'm sure there are a few different good phrases you can throw in there.
That's Mike McDonald's big phrase. All right, last thing. Who is good at this around the league at surplus value? Who's good at finding it? Who is bad at finding surplus value?
Well, the thing is, it really varies on a year-by-year basis. So I think if we're looking at not just surplus value, but overall, one of the best teams we've seen for the last several years has been the Baltimore Ravens with how they've approached things. They've been ahead of the curve when it comes to hiring people in these sorts of areas. And when it drives getting this value, some of it is players, even though, they take a Kyle Hamilton every now and again in the first round. And if you look at safeties, you might not think that's one of the highest players. But I think at that point in time, that they figured they were getting an elite talent at a top 5 sort of talent outside of the top 10. So they're good there. What they've always been very good at is letting players go to get compensatory picks. They're kind of the compensatory pick masters. And then also trading back and being really smart with their contracts. So again, it all comes together, but the Ravens are definitely a team that stands out.
Well, we appreciate it. Thanks for doing this. I got some text messages, some about what you've had to say, but then Amber and Wenatchee wants you to know that is the coolest Lebowski pick ever behind you. That is pretty good. Our 27-year-old Lyle doesn't have any idea what the Big Lebowski is, but for those of us in the know, that's a pretty good picture. So tell people where they can find you if they want to read more.
Sure. Yeah, the Substack is unexpectedpoints.com. I also produce a podcast on YouTube and, of course, on Twitter. It's at Kevin Cole, __ at the end. There's too many Kevin Coles. Hopefully Elon can get that fixed so I can get a better one there.
We appreciate it. Hey, nice to meet you. Thanks for doing this. It really was a great piece, and looking forward to reading more. That was fun yesterday. I enjoyed that, and then I went on to say that I was glad I had discovered him, and Brock gave me a lot of grief about it. And I just meant like I had stumbled across his work.
I took that part out for you.
Thank you. You knew what I meant,
honest,
right?
So you wanted to make sure.
You knew what I meant. I wasn't trying to say I discovered him for the world. I didn't mean that. I meant, what is the right word then? Glad I
found you?
Well, isn't that the same thing? Like, I found you.
It sounds a little less like a conquest.
Okay. Conquest? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like I'm Cortez or something like that. Burn the boats.
So glad I came across your content.
That would be, you're right. That's exactly. I'm so glad I came across it is exactly what I should have said. Anyway, good stuff there. And it does kind of keep coming back to this, for me anyway, what has started to feel like a Don Quixote-like quest to make sure that the Seahawks do not draft a wide receiver at number 18. And it feels like every time you drift out of Seattle, you get more and more people who think they either are or should. And it's going to drive me nuts. I've said it a couple times here. I'm going to be on TV Thursday night next week on King 5 with Paul Sylvie. I'm looking forward to it. But like, I don't know that I want to be there live if and when this does happen at number 18. If they draft Matthew Golden or if they draft Teteroa McMillan at number 18, yeah, my head might explode on live television. Like, that's going to, like, short-circuit my wires.
I'd vomit.
I would. My mind is, like, not prepared for that to happen. So I don't know how I'll react physically, emotionally, mentally, all of the above. But it just seems like everybody keeps pushing and pushing and pushing in this direction. It's crazy. Who do you want? You want Todd McShay? He's going back and forth with Mina Kimes on a mock draft show.
Golden. Yeah. Between those two.
Yeah, he's offered, I'm sorry, in this case, he's offered Matthew Golden or Gray Zabel. Who would you go with at number 18 if they were both still available? The wide receiver from Texas or the offensive lineman from North Dakota State?
Golden. Yeah. Between those two players.
Yeah.
I can get it. I can kick a tackle into guard in this second round. They've got additional picks. Yeah. And I think we need a weapon. He's 4.29. He's not the only thing with Golden that he's not as great after the catch as you would expect him to be, but my goodness, I love his routes. I love the way he leverages them, his stem.
Who cares? I don't care how well he leverages on his stem. I don't care about his routes.
Arnold's not going to get it to him if he's on his butt.
I don't care about any of those traits that he has at a wide receiver. I don't care if he's 6'10" and runs a 3.540. I don't care. I don't want him.
In and out of breaks. Catch, make the first defender miss, speed down the and you know what he did?
No.
He comes to Texas and he's the number 2, and Isaiah Bond is supposed to be the feature guy, and Isaiah Bond is dealing with the injury.
You know what I want to hear to you know what he did? He bumped inside from wide receiver to play guard. That's what I want to hear about him.
And frustration, and now he can't catch the ball in certain situations and they needed a guy to step up, and he did. The big moments, the big games, he stepped up. It's like it all came together this past year for Golden, and I'm betting on we're going to continue to ascend.
Great. I hope he does. Sounds like a nice player. Sounds like he can run really great routes. Seahawks don't need him. Don't need it. And I'm sure he's going to get drafted at number 18, become a Hall of Famer, and people will play this clip for the rest of my life. Fine. So be it. I'll take the risk. If that's what happens and this is old cold takes exposed one day, at least you'll have the follow-up now to put it into context.
Wait, did you say cold takes exposed? There's two different ways you can go with it, but you can combine. You just combine
hot
both.
takes exposed.
No, you still didn't get it.
What is it?
It's either old takes exposed or freezing cold takes.
All right, whatever, Lyle. Don't you know what? Don't put who needs the details on this? I'm flustered. This is what's going to happen to me on live TV if and when they draft a freaking wide receiver. And by the way, he's saying that's what he would do. Colin Cowherd is saying he thinks it's going to happen.
I will tell you this. Seattle likes him a lot. I'll just leave it at that. Seattle likes him a lot.
So could T-Mac be the essentially replacement to DK Metcalf, pair him up with JSN?
If I had to make a prediction on my draft, he goes to the Seahawks.
Oh, my gosh. Why? Why? Is this as simple as DK Metcalf's gone? The Seahawks need to replace him with a wide receiver immediately? I hope not.
Well, if that's the case, Morris sent this over yesterday, but why don't they just go sign a vet like Amari Cooper for a couple $1 million if you need another receiver?
Probably because Amari Cooper's not good anymore.
Okay, but would you rather do that or draft a receiver at 18?
Neither.
Well,
I'd rather them do neither. They signed Cooper Kupp, which I was happy about. They signed Marquez Valdez-Scantling, which seemed like a good signing. And they drafted Jackson Smith-Njigba with the 20th pick. They've already drafted a wide receiver in this range. If you believe in him and believe in what you did, and there's no reason not to, he had a great year last year. For a system that is supposed to be all about running the ball, for a system that is only going to have 2 wide receivers on the field at any point, why do you need another wide receiver right now? So that one of them can always be on the bench? You know what you need? Somebody to block. You know what you need? An elite defense. No, I don't want Amari Cooper. No, I don't want them to draft Matthew Golden. No, I don't want them to take the guy that doesn't like studying film, Teteroa McMillan. I don't care how good their routes are. I don't care how exciting they are. I don't care how high they can jump. I don't care how good they are on 50-50 balls. I don't care how good their routes are at the top of the stem. I don't care about any of it. I don't care how explosive they are out of their break. I don't care. I don't care what their runs after catch are. I'm sure they're great. I'm sure they're really good players. No one's doubting them. I'm sure they're worthy of being drafted in the top 20. I don't need to be sold that Teteroa McMillan or Matthew Golden or Mecca Ibuka are good players. I'm sure they are. You need to earn the right to draft another wide receiver by first fixing the problem on your team. And if you can fix your problems, then fine. Then you can go draft exciting players like Matthew Golden with his high stem or whatever. Cool. Gosh. Science, technology, what is it? Engineering and math? Sure. I'm sure he's got great STEM.
It's not even 7 a.m. and you need to do some
I hear this stuff more. Why do you put this in the show sheet, for God's sake? Don't send me this stuff.
It's my job to keep you informed.
You know, I don't want to be informed any more than I want to hear about his STEM. I can't imagine the Seahawks do it. And if they do, yes, watch King 5 next Thursday night as my head physically explodes on live television. And they got Paul Sylvia's going to be like the guy in Pulp Fiction picking up pieces of brain. That's going to be him. He's going to be cleaning out the back. I got more brain on me. What is Salk's brain doing inside the shirt? Ugh, it's on my face.
I feel like you've been a little open to this. We have a couple of texters saying, what about an elite tight end at that spot?
I don't like it as much, but I'm not going to get as mad. At least the tight end can block. At least I saw something with Tyler Warren saying he wears number 44 because his dad made him sit down and watch John Riggins and said, run like that. All right, I can get into that. I don't think it's going to happen, but okay, I could at least have that conversation. Either go offensive line, or if you're truly convinced you can get your offensive lineman in the second round where you've got 2 picks, okay, fine. But if that's the case, then make your defense incredible. Then go get Kenneth Grant. Go get one of these defenders that can make your defense great. Otherwise, stop talking about Teteroa McMillan's STEM. I really don't care.
The 2025 NFL Draft.
The first real opportunity for Mike McDonald to build this team in the image he really wants.
With 5 of the first 100 picks.
Are you kidding me?
What are the biggest needs?
It might be too early to take a guard in the first round.
And nobody is taking you deeper inside Seahawks HQ on draft day with General Manager John Schneider live at 4 p.m.
What you do here matters.
Next Thursday, only from the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports, the app, and your smart speaker.
It's the World Fighting Championships at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center. Saturday night, May 10th. Experience the thrill of live MMA, boxing, Muay Thai, and kickboxing. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this exciting mixed martial arts event. The World Fighting Championships, May 10th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older. Need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Need a new roof, a deck, siding, windows? Get up to $3,000 off any new installation. Hi, it's Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Home projects can add up fast, but we're here to help you save big. Book now and lock in up to $3,000 off in savings. That's $3,000 off any new installation. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate today. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
When you switch to Progressive and bundle your home and auto, you could save hundreds, and that's a surprising amount of money.
Whoa, that's like farmer's market money.
That's like give me a gallon of that locally sourced raw honey money.
That's certified organic heirloom tomatoes in every imaginable color except red money.
That's let's get 2 pounds of pink oyster mushrooms money. I'm not even sure I like pink oyster mushrooms.
Guess it's time to find out, because you could save hundreds when you switch to Progressive and bundle. Then the world is your pink oyster mushroom. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Hey there, I'm Jack.
And I'm Stag.
We're just 2 deer that want to make sure you know it's deer season at your authorized John Deere dealer. The deer season that saves bucks. You know, like us.
Yeah, you can get $3,000 off select John Deere machines. No early wake-up calls or tree stands required.
Just a trip to your authorized dealer before June 2nd.
If you ask us, it's the only deer season worth celebrating.
Visit johndeere.com/deer season to find an authorized dealer and for complete finance details.
Progressive Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance might be the easiest part of owning a home. Definitely easier than this.
Psst, honey. Honey!
What?
Shh, there's a salesman walking up the driveway.
Oh no, he's got a clipboard.
What do we do?
Get down.
Down?
On the floor, you...
Shoot, did he see us?
Why are you breathing so loud?
Home ownership isn't easy, but with Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, shopping for home insurance is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Evan Cohen here. When the draft clock is ticking, you've got to pick the best talent, regardless of position, to fit your team's needs. Well, if you're hiring for your business, you want to find the best talent for any of your roles. That's why you need ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful technology hustles to find qualified candidates for your job immediately. And if you see a standout candidate, ZipRecruiter lets you personally invite them to apply. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL. A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of managing.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! Happy birthday, Brock. Good morning and happy tax day birthday to you.
Oh, thank you, Michael. 49.
Ooh.
Mark Ledbetter, 49.
How's that one hitting?
49.
How's
Who's your
49 hitting?
Favorite pro athlete of all time who wore 49? Has there ever been a good 49?
I don't know that I could think of a 49.
Lyle,
off
can
the
you
top of my
Google
head.
that? See if there's a good 49 out there? Yeah, Mark was an All-American linebacker for Mike Ewert back in the early 80s at Puyallup High School.
I'm guessing there's been a lot of long snappers who've worn. That feels like a long snapper number 49.
Yeah, kind of a linebacker number.
Maybe.
Linebacker, right?
Ron Guidry. I mean, his number's retired by the Yankees.
Okay.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Ronnie
Pitcher.
could throw it.
It's not a lot. I mean, yeah. Today's really more a day for 42 than 49. But in any event,
True.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
You look great. You don't look a day over 47.
Thank you. Yeah, it's going to be a big year. Starting a new job, coaching, daughter getting married.
Remind people, when you say you're starting a new job coaching, you're not leaving this job, though.
I'm not leaving you.
People get
Salk.
confused.
Easy.
The
Black 24, okay.
The last time you said that, people started writing in like, is Brock leaving again?
No. For crying out loud, no. Salk can never leave me.
How never again?
I may leave him one day.
That's probably going to happen. You will retire before I do because you got more
got
money
a little
than I do.
coaching, got a wedding in June. In fact, I got a tasting up in Montana.
Maybe you
this
don't
week
have
of
more
all
money
the
than I do
treats.
anymore. Maybe you
No,
did. Now you
probably
don't
not.
anymore.
Yeah.
What are you doing to celebrate tonight?
Ty's got a baseball game.
Okay.
Yeah. But, Lyle kind of diminished it, like he diminished TJ, just saying it's just a JV game. I mean, it's just a JV game. It's just a JV game.
Yeah.
And all I asked for on my birthday from Ty is just hit one over the fence. That's all I asked.
It's nice.
I don't want anything material. Just hit a bomb. Just hit a bomb.
So any
gonna
special
go to lunch,
foods
gonna
or
get a
anything?
workout. No, nothing.
No special foods at all?
Tonight,
Cake?
got some
Something?
gifts to open. We'll celebrate it up in Montana with Haley.
Oh, okay.
Dylan,
So this
and-
weekend.
yeah.
Will you at least get a
Yeah.
cake? Do you have a favorite cake or anything?
Ice cream cake is probably the go-to.
See,
cake,
I'm
right?
with you on that one. Yes, although as I've said a few times in the last few years, the Whole Foods chocolate eruption cake it's so unbelievably good. I like, and this sounds bizarre, but it's even better if you let it get a day or two stale. I know it sounds weird, but I know Lyle's giving me a weird look. I discovered that by accident. It I don't know, gives it it's just even better. What can I tell you?
Better than red velvet cake?
Yeah, I like red velvet, but don't love it. It's good, but not my favorite. That's your favorite? That's good.
That's good.
Brock's
It's a little
probably right.
rich.
It's hard to beat ice cream cake, though. Ice cream cake's the best. Brock, I know there are people, we'll start here today, with no Mariner game to react to or anything like that. I know there are people that get upset when I say that's baseball, but I really...
Not on my birthday.
I really firmly believe...
Not on my birthday, Salk. You don't need the text to do this on my birthday.
No, it's fine. People get upset when I say that's baseball, but it's fine. Those are just football fans, and that's okay. Baseball really is unlike anything else, and if you need proof, I present to you Jorge Polanco. He is the perfect embodiment.
He's the poster child of it's just baseball.
Don't you think? I mean, look at what's happened. In a word last year, define Jorge Polanco's season in one word from last year.
Slumberly.
Okay, I use the word atrocious, but slumberly is a good one too. Maybe you like awful, maybe you like terrible, disappointing, whatever word you like. He was terrible last year.
Under-delivered.
He missed his career averages by 31 points in batting average, 35 points in on-base percentage, 82 points in slugging. And it's not because he was unlucky. He was just bad, which is why he was ultimately benched for killing the team. And then eventually he has surgery. They sign him again at the end of the offseason after every other option didn't work. And people were, I think rightfully, very upset. Oh, my God, Jorge Polanco, that's the best you could do, is bring back the guy who was so bad last year. He was benched at midseason. Well, now he's slashing 378, 385, 622, has a 1.007, 1,007 OPS, and he's being paid less to make it all happen than he was before. Brock, it's just baseball. I can't explain that. Can you?
This one has a little bit of an explainer. This one, unlike some of the peaks and valleys of JP, but maybe even JP falls somewhat in the same suit, though he has not kind of climbed out of the hole to begin 2025 here. There is a little disclaimer. There is a little asterisk by Jorge, and that was he visibly played through a knee injury. That it was not one of those, like Ty France had a wrist injury. Did he have a wrist injury? Maybe he had a wrist injury. I don't know. Then the following 6 months, no, must not have been the wrist injury, right? JP, again, 16 games into this thing, well, last year he had this, last year he had that. He was banged up. Well, not really. Jorge,
but those things were true too. JP was visibly, he was hurt all last year. How about Ty France? Ty France wasn't hurt last year. He was so bad that, again, the Mariners didn't just bench him, they cut him.
See, I would say Ty France is it's just baseball.
Okay.
Maybe a little more than even Jorge.
Ty France is hit 440 last week with 2 home runs and 6 runs driven in.
Yes.
So you're right, Brock. Obviously, the injury had something to do with it.
I'm just saying that one had a little bit of that one had a little bit of a disclaimer.
A little bit.
Or asterisk.
But all the things we were told about this is a guy who's going to deliver with big at-bats and he's patient and this and that, all those things went away last year, and I don't think all of that was just the knee. So ultimately, what is it? Why is it working besides it's just baseball? I couldn't come up with a lot of other reasons, but here's a couple of stabs at why Jorge Polanco has been the best player on the team by a large margin so far this year. Patience. The Mariners did show some patience with him, right? By bringing him back for another year. That learning a new town, a new stadium, a new team, a new philosophy, whatever it is that you're learning when you come to a new team, that some guys it takes longer than others. Luke Raley did it very quickly. Nelson Cruz came here, did it very quickly.
But
maybe Jorge Polanco
first time
took a lot longer.
15 years. He spent professionally, right? 15 years or close to it from the time he signed with Minnesota. He had never known any other experience. So, yeah, there is some creature comforts to come with just a little bit of time and have an advocate, have a team that actually believes in you even after such a down year.
Yeah, and I don't know if that feels that way, that they still believe in him. They let him sit out there until everybody else was gone this offseason and then brought him back. So I don't know if belief is necessarily the word. I think picking up his option probably would have shown a little bit more faith in him. Yeah. But okay. And it does, I think, if that's the case, if it was patience, if it was, hey, you got to give a guy more than 1 year to figure out coming to a new park, then they probably should have done the same with Teo. Then they probably, I guess with Gino, it's not that he, came here and struggled right off the bat. But if you want to just look at it and say, hey, 1 year isn't enough to judge a player, then Gino Suarez probably should still be here, and so should Teoscar Hernandez. Right? Maybe maybe that is what happened with Teo while he was here. Maybe another year he would have figured out that batter's eye, would have been comfortable, and everything would have been fine. That's not necessarily working with Mitch Garver, but okay, maybe it was the thing with Jorge Polanco. I'm not sure I'd buy it, but okay, fine, maybe. Could it be that there's less pressure on him this year?
Yeah, I think that's probably the one that I land on, just expectations. The difference between coming in and you're expected to be a difference maker and you're expected to elevate Julio in front of him in the lineup or behind him in the lineup. You're expected to be our number 3 hole hitter. There's just an expectation level. We're paying you, pretty good money, and we expect you to deliver. We expect Rory McIlroy on the 13th hole after he lays up to hit the easiest shot of the whole day, a little chip shot. And instead, he puts it right in the water. And then he comes back 2 holes later, right? And now he's fighting and clawing to kind of prove that, no, I'm one of the best in the world. And I'm going to hit this 7-iron draw like nobody else can. And just kind of that difference between being the backup quarterback and then getting in there and, I can do this, play pretty well. I say it to you all the time. Okay, now be the starter. Now carry all the weight of the expectations of actually being the guy and being the starter. And whether you're 18, 25, 31, I think the weight of expectations can and often do play a role.
I think that's probably true. The last thing is, and this is why I'm struggling with the knee thing. It's like, well, okay, but the side is now a problem, and it doesn't seem to be bothering him at all except when he can't play. Look, one day he can't play, the next day he's 4 for 4 with the home run and a stolen base. Like, I can't. I am as mystified by Jorge Polanco this year as just about anything I've seen. But you know what? Who cares? At the end of the day, like, I'm glad it's working out. I'm glad.
You
and
know,
I'm happy
G
for
is
him.
screaming. G's going to come screaming in that backup studio because he texts us every time. Look at Jorge after he had his kid. There's Jorge, you know, a dad once again. You know, just got that dad power.
When's that going to start
grown-up
working
dad
for Jordan Spieth, please, if you don't mind? All right. Anyway, it's just baseball. Jorge Polanco's back, and he's playing well. And if you have an explanation for it, I'm all ears. Please text it in to 866-979-3776. Aaron Goldsmith and 20 after everything you need to know next.
This weekend at T-Mobile, just what the doctor ordered.
How sweet it is. The Mariners sweep aside the Texas Rangers.
It's a whole lot of Cal Raleigh, that's for sure.
The Big Dumper. Home runs in 3 consecutive games.
4 straight wins, back-to-back series dubs against division rivals. Can the M's keep it going as they kick off a 9-game road trip in the first of 3 against the Reds in Cincy this afternoon? Pre-game at 2:30, first pitch at 3:40 on the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Well, how about this? On my birthday, of all days, on my birthday, if you're frustrated with your insurance policy, if your premiums are going up, if you're tired of assuming and not knowing what exactly you have covered, then on my birthday, do what Molly and I did, my mom did, many of my friends and family members have done. Take the First Mark Insurance Challenge. It's so easy. We heard so many of these First Mark Challenge victories over the years. We decided to finally take it, Molly and I, and boy, am I glad we did. The only bummer is I wish we would have done it earlier. Here's how they do it. Here's how First Mark goes to work for you. They will fully analyze your current coverage, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage. Then, well, unlike you and me, family, friends, they go to the market. Dozens of major carriers they've got connective tissue with to find you the best fit. That's it. No stress, no confusion. Think of it this way. They're your teammate, First Mark is. And they spent the last 30 years helping thousands of families successfully manage this complicated world of insurance. So don't wait a morning longer. Take the First Mark Challenge. And did I mention it is totally free? And you might be the next First Mark Challenge victory I get to talk to. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. firstmarkinsurance.com. Your teammate that goes to work for you.
We at 3 Tree Roofing understand that your home is your castle. That's why our certified technicians use state-of-the-art installation methods to deliver the highest warranties available. Check out our hundreds of online reviews and schedule a free estimate to see for yourself. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found at G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just the bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cybersecurity must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through April 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet and security edge for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying internet package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change. Early termination fee applies.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, dream engagement rings are our specialty. We have the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds, hand-picked in every price range, ready to compare side by side. Shop online at shaneco.com or in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Does your yard need shade, privacy, or a little brightening up? Look no further than Big Trees. I'm Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. At our 30-acre location, there are thousands of trees to choose from and knowledgeable staff, including a board-certified master arborist, to help you find exactly what you're looking for. Visit the nursery and learn more about Big Trees at bigtreesupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big Trees.
The future is here, so why is your internet stuck in the past? With Quantum Fiber Internet, you can get next-level multi-gig speed on a reliable fiber network. Fair and honest pricing with no annual contracts or bundling required. And whole home 360 Wi-Fi to make sure your devices are ready to take you where you want to go. So you can stream, post, game, surf, like, and love to your heart's content. You do you. Let Quantum Fiber Internet take care of the rest. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
Yeah, I have a ton of really memorable customers. One of my favorite customers I've ever had, he came in and had a really bad experience with several different dealerships. He just lost his husband. His husband left him with a truck, and he was like, I don't need a truck. Like, this is so impractical for me. And it was a really emotional decision for him because it was one of the last things that he had, obviously husbands. We were like, it's no problem. Like, we're going to help you. And we did the process the same way that we always do the process. And we helped him trade in his truck for a beautiful new Rogue. And that was really cool. And he bought his second car from us. And I'm sure when he needs a third car, he'll come back and buy his third car from Nissan too. Afterwards, to thank us, he sent us this beautiful basket of like candies and fruits and stuff.
Making a great day for the people around you is making a great day for yourself. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, Brock, the Mariners are suddenly hot. They've won 4 straight games, and they're going to now take their first extended road trip of the season. Starts this afternoon in Cincinnati. Luis Castillo returning to the spot where he developed into an ace pitcher. He'll face Nick Lodolo tonight. Bryce Miller tomorrow against Nick Martinez, so that does mean they're essentially skipping the 5th spot in the rotation, and they'll use that off day instead and keep everybody on schedule. The Reds have been... well, a lot like the Mariners. They're both 8-8. They started off slow, but they've now also won 5 of 6. In their case, it's 2 of 3 in San Francisco. Those are 2 of the Giants' 4 losses on the year. And then they just swept the Pirates. Not quite the same level of excitement. So that's what you're looking at in terms of your next 3 games.
And Tito.
Right?
Isn't your guy in that other dugout? Been around the block a time or two. I was surprised looking at numbers, and we'll have Goldie here in 10 minutes or so from Cincinnati, fill us in a whole bunch more, but it looked like they're kind of pitching, even in that little bandbox that they play in, that's kind of, obviously Ella De La Cruz is one of the stars of the game and such a dynamic difference maker, but they're actually throwing it pretty well, and kind of feels that way basically all season long. We've had a lot of good pitching matchups just about everywhere you look, and probably won't be too different these 3 days in Cincinnati.
Speaking of pitchers, this kind of flew under the radar on Friday, but Logan Gilbert, talking to Wyman and Bob before the game, was asked about Cal signing here to his long-term deal and what that might do to affect Logan's long-term interest in signing here in Seattle.
I mean, there's a lot that goes into it, but as far as one person signing with the team that's going to have the most influence on you is Cal being here, and that's what happened with him locking up however many years it was. So it definitely factors in. It's a big deal. That's the guy I've thrown to pretty much 90-something% of my career, and including the minors too. So, there is risk with if you ever go somewhere else and you have a new catcher and a lot of things change. Cal knows me so well that I kind of dream up the perfect scenario. You think of like Wainwright and Yachty, how they had 300 starts together or whatever it is. Like one day breaking that record would be pretty cool. I mean, a lot of things have to go right, but if I could throw to Cal the rest of my career, I'd do it.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And that's actually one little tentacle to that Cal signing maybe we didn't hit on, is we hit on all the goodwill it creates overall in the clubhouse and with your fans and everything else. But, yeah, that might be a nice little domino to get other dominoes to fall with these pitchers that all love him and know that they're better for him. Like, he's like an elite receiver. He makes me better, right? He catches it. He places, he frames it incredibly well. He's a great leader. He knows me, as Logan said, as well as I know myself. That's a great relationship, and boy, wouldn't that be nice to see at some point this season as well.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, Brock, 17 prospective players are going to attend the draft next week in Green Bay. Not entirely who you might think. 3 quarterbacks. Cam Ward, not a surprise. Dart, a little bit of a surprise, right? I mean, now, does it make sense to go if you're going to be a second-round pick?
I wouldn't do that.
Right, I wouldn't either, but, like, okay, it's not like they're going to keep showing Jackson Dart in the green room, right? Like, he's slipping,
Sure.
like, I would think so, because he's not really expected to be in the first round. But Jalen
New Orleans
Milroe
drafts, when Pittsburgh drafts.
I'm not saying they won't show him at all, but I don't know. I don't feel like there's that same level of expectation like with Aaron Rodgers or some of the other guys that slipped and had to sit there the whole time. Jalen Milroe, though, instead of Shedeur Sanders?
Shedeur said like 3 months ago, he and his family got a big compound. He's not going to the draft. He's going to celebrate that with his family. So that was not of any like recent news or the recent vibe. He actually has a workout with the Giants this week, I think on Thursday up in Boulder. So yeah, we talked about Milroe. I don't know why you would do that unless you've gotten some sort of insight that somebody maybe late in that first round will come up and get you.
That would be pretty amazing. Will it be the Seahawks? Again, this has been making a little bit of extra news a few days after he said it. John Schneider pushing back that, no, be careful saying this isn't a good quarterback class.
Yeah, be careful when you hear people say this isn't a great.
It's been said by kind of everybody.
It's a bit, yeah. I mean, heck yeah.
Everybody knows.
Every
John.
team that's been out there talking about it on national television, right? Yeah. No, I think it depends on the team, how they view the player, the quarterback. Again, how you're going to acquire him, where you're going to acquire him. But, bringing him through the building is another, it's really about, okay, more time. We need more answers. We need more time with this player based on the questions that we need answered in terms of the vision we see for this player and the fit. It's not necessarily like it's separate from how you can acquire the player on draft weekend.
Yeah, and it's compared to its peers. I think that it's been labeled that because 2 years ago it was 3 guys in the top 5. Last year it was 5 guys in the top 12. And this year it's probably going to be just 1, if maybe 2 that stretch into the top 10. Maybe it's just 1 throughout the majority of that first round. So the grades at the top end of it not as high. But as we have said multiple times over the last few months, the middle class, a burgeoning
middle class. Wow.
Yes.
Didn't think that was going to come up today, but here we are.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Brock, final Kraken game of the season today. It's going to end. They take on the Kings tonight. They currently are 5th worst in the NHL. With a loss, they could go as low as fourth lowest. With a win, they could get as high as, I believe, 9th. So, again, there's a lottery, so all that really is just like ping pong balls. But this is the 3rd time in 4 years now that they will finish outside the playoffs. The other 2 times, they were 3rd worst and 8th worst, so kind of right along the same lines as where they've been. It's been a clearly disappointing season. They never really threatened to be very good. There were some good parts to this year. Capo Caco's emergence here in the second half was nice. Shane Wright, 18 goals so far, maybe has another 1 or 2 tonight, and, gets to 20. We'll see. That's a productive rookie season, although there's still a lot of questionable decision-making. Beniers did not improve. Riker Evans did not improve. Frustrating, I would say, overall.
Yeah, first year of a new head coach, and you kind of wonder, like we did at times with the previous coach, like, where is this thing going?
Yeah.
What are you? What exactly, like Ryan Grubb, what exactly is your identity? Where's the traction going? So I can see kind of how you want to paint this thing eventually. And I don't know if I got any feel for that better now than I did a year, 2, 3 years ago when this whole thing started.
That's very fair. Meanwhile, the Storm had the 2nd overall pick last night. They take 6'6" French center Dominique Malonga. What do you think of Dominique?
Did you watch Dominique dunk like Dominique Wilkins?
When she was 16? Yeah, I'm impressed. Here she is on being the 5th French player taken.
Thank you so much. It's amazing to me because I come for a long journey. My family is here. They're witnesses for all the work that I put in to be here today. And I'm so happy to represent France, but not only France, Cameroon, Congo. You can see the flag on my table.
Yeah, there you go. She's excited and got a little bit of Patrick Mahomes to the way she talks.
A little bit. I'll tell you this. I remember when Lisa Leslie dunked in the 90s. It was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, I remember that.
But you watch this gal dunk, and it's like, oh, actually the ball is going down with force. Like it is a legit, like, whoa. I don't think I've certainly never seen a 19-year-old do that. So, yeah, just different kind of talent.
Team also drafted Serena Sundell with the 26th pick. That's Jalen Sundell's sister, Seahawks lineman. And, of course, Paige Beckers did indeed go number 1 overall to Dallas. That's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Bouncing around a little bit today, mostly baseball talk. Jeff Passan, of course, at 8:30. Brock will have another draft profile for us at 8 o'clock. Before we do it, though, our friend Aaron Goldsmith touchdown in Cincy, and we'll get a sense as to what changed in the last few games and what he expects here on this first real road trip. That's next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
Mike Greenberg, kind enough to join us.
Do I believe in Sam Darnold? Yes. Do I believe that he will duplicate what he did a year ago? I'm not so sure. He definitely has the talent. He is turnover prone. It is not realistic to think that's going to get coached out of him. But I think he is more than good enough to win with.
Hear the rest of this interview on demand at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Hey, let's talk about Riverside Roofing and saving you guys some money, because right now they're offering $1,000 off. That's a lot of money to book a new roof replacement. So that's a big incentive for any homeowner to book their roof replacement right now. It's a good time to do it. All this sunny weather right now, yeah, days are longer. Sunsets after 7 o'clock. The crews can come out and get your roof done real quick, just in time for the spring rains, which I'm sure will be right around the corner, right? So here's what you do. Claim $1,000 off from Riverside Roofing by booking a free estimate. You go to their website, riversideroofingllc.com. You'll meet with Brandon, that's Don's son, and just tell those guys that you heard the message here from me on the radio station, on the show, whatever. $1,000 back in your pocket, brand new roof over your head. And then ask about the 35 years of local experience, the GAF Master Elite certification. Ask about the catch-all system, which will keep your yard and driveway absolutely totally free of debris like nails or shingles. It's all at riversideroofingllc.com. They are the roofing company you can trust.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
No more waiting. It's time to go all in on that new car. And Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton are the dealerships to make it happen. Why? Because they're all in for you. All in on the widest selection of new, used, and certified pre-owned vehicles with their combined inventory. All in on their amazing staff and incredible showrooms. And all in on setting you up with a test drive so you can take that car home the same day. Go all in, whether you're in the north or the south. Toyota of Kirkland and Renton got you covered. Visit in person today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Get up to $5,000 in local utility rebates, and Eastsiders save up to $6,000 with the Energy Smart Eastside program. Plus, Home Comfort Alliance is offering up to 10% off all heat pumps and air conditioning systems through April. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
4 down territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Guys, I'll never forget the first time I saw somebody get results at our clinic. He was an 81-year-old man who hadn't been intimate with his wife in over 8 years. Viagra had stopped working for him, and he was desperate for help. After several treatments, he walked into my office and told me he couldn't believe the results. Needless to say, this was a very happy man. This man made me a believer in what we do. He had taken pills for years, but he had never fixed the problem. When he came to us, we fixed the problem. Our treatment does what no pill can do. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today, like the thousands of men who already have.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
From groceries to home prices, the cost of living in Washington state keeps going up. Now, Olympia politicians are proposing the largest tax increases in state history. Don't be fooled. If taxes go up, we'll all pay even more. Washington needs lower costs, not higher taxes. Tell the politicians no by visiting www.affordablewashington.org. Paid for by the people for an affordable Washington. Top 5 contributors are Washington Alliance for Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Amazon.
Are insurance companies taking you for a ride? Literally? Don't let them destroy your financial future. If you've been in a car crash, Just Cause Legal is your weapon against greedy insurers. They don't care about you, but Just Cause Legal does. Time is running out. Get the compensation you deserve. Call 253-859-8899 now or visit justcauselegal.com. Don't wait until it's too late. Take back control and fight for what's yours. Meet your legal lifesavers. Just Cause Legal, fighting for you.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, Aaron Goldsmith joining us now from the great state of Ohio and the beautiful city of Cincinnati. Good morning, Goldie. How are we doing?
Good morning, guys. How are things back home? I hear it was like beautiful yesterday, which I don't know if you've noticed, but this is what happens. Like the Mariners leave town and it becomes like a summer paradise in Seattle. It always happens.
So you don't have a game for a few hours. I mean, it's a afternoon game for us, but an evening game for you. So clearly the hair, I mean, we got you on video. So if anybody's watching on YouTube or if you're watching on the Seattle Sports app or on seattlesports.com, you can see right now backwards baseball cap. So the coif doesn't come out this early.
Oh, it's like a 4-hour process. Brock knows. So it's typically like I give myself like 30 minutes before I go to the ballpark to start it. Then there's a long process in the ballpark. It's intense, man.
His partner combs it. I remember, where were we? We're in Ames, Iowa, and you had you had me, comb it out. So is it Angie today, and then Ryan Valley on the last homestand? It's
who does the best combing of your hair? I think that's real. Was it blow?
Well, I think Brock has had the most gentle hands of anyone, which I think is really the most important
That's right.
quality.
Yeah. That's what we would have guessed. Yeah. All right, let's talk some baseball, and we will start here.
Why do we have to talk baseball?
I don't know. I guess we don't have to. We could just talk about Aaron's hair, I guess, and his process if you want.
Do you ever do a blowout? You ever go to the hair dryer where they do a blowout of that thing, or no?
I don't know if is there enough to blow out. That seems like you have to have like
overkill.
Okay.
That's true.
You know, the Mariners have only had one blowout so far this year, Brock. It came in game 2.
Oh, hey!
Seriously, though, what changed? Because we watched the first 13 games of this season, and while they won 5 of them, none of them looked pretty sustainable. I mean, like, they all felt a little fluky. And then Texas came in and they won their first 3 sustainable, solid, great wins of the season. What do you think changed?
Yeah, I think something else that stands out, especially about the Rangers series, is they won a couple of different ways, right? It wasn't all just kind of the standard Mariners 2-run win, keep it close. Now, we saw that the other day, 2 days ago, but we also saw the Mariners with their first kind of cruise control win of the season where it wasn't white-knuckled for the final 4 innings. I think the Mariners have started scoring some runs. I don't know if they're going to score that many runs on a regular basis, but I think if it lands somewhere in between what we saw on the first homestand and what we saw on the second homestand, I think you're going to be in pretty good shape as a team. The Mariners, like, the pitching hasn't taken off to be what it was last year when it was in midseason form, which I think is okay. I don't think that's this like crazy 5-alarm fire. It's just obviously the rotation is down a key piece in Kirby. The bullpen has a number of new faces, and you're trying to kind of figure out where everybody is to begin the year. I think that's the toughest time to manage a bullpen, is right out of spring training, where you don't totally know where each guy is overall in terms of their performance, right? But I think overall, the offense got to a better place than what it was, certainly for the first 10 games, and the pitching has kind of begun to solidify, and we're starting to see, at least for the time being, some more clearly defined roles in the bullpen, which I do think will change again, but at least I think Dan now has a better feeling coming off the last 7 games than maybe he did in the first 10.
You know, Salky, after all these years, there's times you know exactly what I'm going to ask, exactly what I'm going to say. I could fill in some of your sentences. Working with Goldie for half a dozen games or so, starting to feel his vibe. I can kind of read between the lines a little bit. And there were a few times early, especially first 10 games, where it's like, well, we got a lefty on a lefty here. We got Luka against a really good lefty here. And I don't know, we got a lefty on a lefty, or, when the reliever's halfway on the field. I don't know if I've ever seen a reliever pass the left fielder. Angie, have you ever seen a reliever pass the left fielder? There was a little bit of chaos in some of those early games. Do you think that's just some of the newness of a whole new season, a whole new staff? I know they had 6-7 weeks together at the end of last year, but do you see some of that, Aaron, maybe calming down as well?
Well, I mean, the Spire thing, right, coming out of the bullpen, I think that's kind of an outlier fluke thing that was just my guess is that Gabe just thought he was going to pitch. Like, it's that simple. He thought he was going to face Jordan Alvarez, and he wasn't called upon. In terms of the other things, I think part of it for us is kind of learning Dan's tendencies a little bit more. For whatever reason, and I don't know the answer, the final however many games that Dan managed at the end of last season, I think you guys would probably agree, like, it looked and felt the same as everything else in the season. Now, the results were different offensively, of course, but the overall strategy was largely stride for stride. This year, it has been a little bit different. There also are different players involved, specifically when you're talking about left-handed hitters. And one thing we're learning is, like, right now, until Sunday, Dan didn't like the idea of pinch hitting for Tellez in particular until somewhere after the 6th, or maybe even after the 7th, but I think probably the 6th is more accurate. And he did pinch hit in the 6th inning the other day. So, like, that was kind of like, oh, okay, so this can happen. I think that was a scoring situation. It was a close game. The bases were loaded, so we called on Solano. But, yeah, it has been different this year, and that's okay. I think it's just we watch every pitch, right? So we're trying to get a feel for what strings the manager is going to pull in certain situations. And we observed Scott for close to a decade, and he didn't deviate much from his game plan. And so it became very predictable. So this is kind of like, this is the first date. It kind of feels like this first month with Dan, and just kind of learning how he wants to manage a game. And that doesn't mean that Scott was wrong and Dan is right, or Dan is wrong and Scott is right, or whatever. It's just different strokes and different strategies. And so it has been a process to learn that. And I guess it's just kind of part of the game.
Also wonder if some of it was he had a lot of lefties on his bench. I mean, like, there were some moments where you're like, hey, it'd be nice to, they don't have any more righties. Like, they're sort of out of those, especially when Canzone was called. Like, it was once Robles and Bliss went down, pretty lefty heavy. And so now, of course, you got Williamson up, which will change that a little bit. Can you explain, here's a hard question for you. Can you explain Jorge Polanco?
Insofar as?
Sure. Take it however you want. How did he go from being like one of the worst hitters in the league last year to the best hitter in the league through the first 16 games? How is he doing it where one day he can hit, 3 for 4 and with a home run and a stolen base, and the next day he can't even pinch hit? Like, what is going on with Jorge Polanco?
Yeah, it is kind of a strange thing that the Mariners' best hitter has been like severely limited in his availability at times this year, right? Which is, it's if people listening think that's frustrating as a fan, imagine what that feels like if you're the manager. Imagine what that feels like if you're Jorge Polanco. I mean, the thing I keep going back to is, yes, after last year's utter frustration for Polanco, and he felt it more than anybody. I mean, imagine how frustrating it must be for him now when he is raking and he's as limited as he has been. I mean, credit to him for being able to miss at times, days at a time, and yet getting right back in there and having his full timing, his full rhythm, and acting like he's playing his 10th straight game, right? It does seem pretty clear that he just can't hit right-handed right now. And how much that's affecting his ability to actually throw a baseball as well, I don't know. It would track that would probably affect that also. The Mariners, interestingly enough, are now in a position where their infield is getting better defensively, and hopefully you can keep Polanco healthy by at least for the short term. And I have no idea how long this will linger for, but at least for the short term, just have him exclusively DH. But then you run into the situation of, well, what if they bring a lefty out onto the hill in the late innings? Can Polanco just take an at-bat left on left? I mean, can he?
He's probably never done it in his life.
100%. You probably have to go back to when he was 5 for the last time he saw a lefty batting lefty. And I guarantee you he wasn't looking at a slider at that point. And so, this is a serious question. If you're the Mariners, and at some point on this road trip, just like almost happened against the Rangers when Hobie Milner came out, can you just stand in there if it's not a leverage point in the game and you need to have a knock right now to drive in the go-ahead run at second base? Can you just stand in there and just try to put up at least some kind of fight so that you can stay in there for later in the game? Because
a great question.
Right now you're losing your best hitter, which would be a pretty big problem if you're in the final few innings of the game or looking ahead to those innings.
It's funny you bring that up. Years and years ago, I remember asking Jason Varitek about this because he was a switch hitter, and it used to drive me insane watching guys hit lefty against Mariano Rivera. It's like, I just don't understand. Everybody's righties have better numbers against him. The cutter just bores in on the lefty over and over again. He saws them off. Why would a right-hander turn around and bat lefty against this guy? So I asked Varitek about it. He looked at me like I had 3 heads, of course, and was like, dude, I've never seen what that even like. I wouldn't have any idea how to, it just, everything would look wrong. I'd rather take my chances. And I was like, oh, okay. I mean, I guess that makes sense. And I'm sure that would be the case for Polanco too. I've never seen it in my entire life, what it would look like left on left. What a crazy experience.
Yeah.
Go ahead, bro.
Hey, Goldie, give me a little thumbnail on Cincy as you kind of look at this matchup over the next 3 days. They appear to be pitching it pretty well. Obviously, a new skipper themselves. What do you think will be a few of the big keys over this 3-game set in Cincy?
Yeah, they kind of remind me of kind of when the Mariners were at their low point last year. It's kind of what the Reds look like right now, and maybe the Mariners are catching them at a right time in some regards. They are really throwing it well. Especially in their rotation, their offense has not had much juice at all. I mean, they're near the very bottom in most significant categories. And one thing that I think will be very interesting in these 3 games in particular is that the Reds have not hit the fastball well. The funny thing is, they haven't swung and missed at it a lot. I mean, they're making contact, but they have just made horrific quality of contact. They're just not hitting fastballs hard whatsoever, and as a result, they aren't hitting fastballs. And as we know, the Mariners throw more fastballs essentially than anybody, at least in recent years, especially in their rotation. So I think that will be a massive factor. How do Reds hitters handle Mariners fastballs in particular? And when you look ahead to the Blue Jays and then to the Red Sox, in a ballpark that has in recent years not been kind to the Mariners, this series does feel like a pretty pivotal one. You're not having to face Hunter Green, their stud starting pitcher. You're very fortunate. He just pitched the other day. He will not be pitching in this 3-game series. So that's a huge swing in the Mariners' advantage. When I look at a 3-game road trip, especially one this long, this far away from home against some really good teams, particularly coming up, like you have to find the series where if I'm Dan Wilson and I'm looking at the schedule on the whiteboard, I'm saying, hey, we got to get at least 2 out of 3 here because we have to be able to be realistic and know that we're probably not going to win both of these next 2, right? And so if we want to have at least a 500 road trip or close to it, like you got to find a way to get some wins someplace, and Cincinnati is that place. Again, they are pitching it very well, but you got to win somewhere. And to me, this is the spot, especially with what they're coming off of on the homestand. That was so
I don't know what you're worried about with Hunter Green. The Mariners have 8 wins on the year. A quarter of them have come against aces, right? We've seen it come against DeGrom and against for the Tigers, the Cy Young Award winner. Skubal, thank you. So
Skubal.
Yeah, seems fine. Bring on Hunter Green. Maybe he could pitch twice in the series, and the Mariners be guaranteed their 2 wins. All right, Aaron, thank you. It's great to not just hear you, but see you early this morning. Enjoy. What do you do for the rest of the day in Cincinnati?
Well, I did walk to try to find some breakfast and was fairly unsuccessful. So I don't know what that means for the rest of my day. But it looks like it's going to be dry, which is the real key here because I don't know. This feels like one of those places where you're just due for a rain delay.
Yeah.
So
all right.
Hopefully that doesn't come true.
Dry all week. All right, man. And who do you have? You have Angie with you for this series?
Angie here in Boston, or pardon me, here in Toronto, and then we'll have Hyphen in Boston.
They don't let Angie into across the international borders.
No, she's going to Toronto.
Oh,
too.
she's going.
She's there.
Oh, they don't let Ryan to Toronto.
That's that Australian passport.
Yeah,
problem.
Visa.
Yeah, there's a lot of countries and mix there. You know, they're all about one another.
All right, man. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Enjoy the series, and we'll talk probably soon.
All right, good seeing you guys.
All right, there you go. There's Aaron Goldsmith, voice of the Seattle Mariners on Root Sports and the new Root Sports. Are people enjoying the new Root Sports app deal with where you can watch for $20 a month and you don't need
what you're
cable?
doing?
I'm not. I'm still using Fubo because I couldn't figure out a way to make it all kind of work out for myself. But eventually, I'll probably end up there. Seems like that's the way people are
I've been
going.
using it. It's pretty nice.
There you go. Nice. Let's do some Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88. Blue 88! Blue 88! We take you to the field as Brock Heward breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
You're really going to make me play this Colin Cowherd again? I already played it once, and I nearly blew a gasket here on the air.
I'm going to make you play it.
Okay.
Because I was thinking last night, this is what happens when you get older. You know, when you're nearly 50 years of age, you think back to certain moments, and you think of how much we talked about Russell Wilson. And when we talked, and we loved this guy, and then obviously comes in and sets a whole house ablaze. Awesome, wins a Super Bowl, nearly a second. You know, it's wonderful. On the flip side of it, I don't know if I've ever been more negative about any single individual player heading into a draft in 16 years of doing this than Teteroa McMillan. And if this dude comes here and lights it on fire and is just an all-pro and is just jumping over people like Lynn Swann and it just turns into this magnificent receiver, I don't think will have ever been more wrong on anything on this show because Colin Cowherd, well, according to Colin, the Seahawks really love the one guy that I have just thrown shade on consistently.
I will tell you this. Seattle likes him a lot. I'll just leave it at that. Seattle likes him a lot.
So could T-Mac be the essentially replacement to DK Metcalf, pair him up with JSN?
If I had to make a prediction on my draft, he goes to the Seahawks.
Oh, dear God. God, I hope that's not true.
And it's like, as harsh as I've been on the buzz of T-Mac, honestly, listening to Matt Miller on Friday bring up all the red flags. Well, he made business decisions. Well, he kind of got paid and shut it down. Well, he took a huge step back. Well, he's not the most physical guy. Like, none of those things are John Schneider and I would think what Mike McDonald wants. But then again, he is 6'4", Can absolutely jump out of the gym.
Oh, he's 6'4"?
Goes and
that
plays.
sounds good then.
Goes and plays the ball because of all of the volleyball background in ways very few guys can. Catch radius through the roof. But yeah, this one will be hard for me, especially if he comes in here and just lights it up. I will be one serious dum-dum.
All right, question number 2. More news out of Colorado, Brock. What is Dion up to these days? What?
I can't even wait till trash takes. I can't even do it. I had another one with what's her name, Reese, and some rapper talking about how she's LeBron James and shocked she doesn't get paid like LeBron, even though the league doesn't make any money. I'm not doing that. Trash take. Colorado Buffaloes on Saturday for their spring game are retiring Travis Hunter's jersey.
Cool.
Awesome. Heisman Trophy winner. Should do it. I mean, one of the most esteemed players in the history of the program, him and the late, great Rashawn Salam. That's it. They're also retiring Shedeur Sanders' jersey. Shedeur Sanders went 13-12 and 1-7 versus ranked teams. Why are you retiring Shedeur Sanders' jersey? The great Tyler Columbus and Joel Klatt and many of my Buffalo friends I reached out to, and they were all rather perplexed. Is this a little bit of hype before the draft? Is this to indicate to the New York Giants, who are working him out on Thursday? Is this trying to once again set his son up to be something that, in some places he's not? And certainly a year after playing, even for Rashawn Salam, they waited 17 years to retire his jersey. You couldn't even wait 17 months. You couldn't even wait 6 months to retire Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders' jersey? Am I missing something?
It must be.
Yeah, you are. They should just retire Shiloh's jersey, too, while we're at it.
Oh, my God.
Is it because, honest question, is it because none of it would have happened? Like, Hunter wouldn't have been there if he hadn't been there?
I mean, if the whole Sanders clan isn't it? Now, if you want to retire Shedeur's jersey, honestly, at Jackson State for those 2 years where he lit the world on fire and won a league championship and played great and was like 22-1, awesome.
That you understand.
Retire there, yes. He was 4-8 and 9-4 and beat one ranked team. And you know who that one ranked team he beat was?
No.
TCU in the first game. TCU went on to be a 5-7 team that year. They weren't even good.
I appreciate the gall. I do appreciate the commitment to the bag.
Oh my gosh.
Pretty funny. All right, question number 3. Looking for veterans after the draft, Brock. Where should the Seahawks be looking?
We'll be kind of curious at 2 spots on just how all of this unfolds and plays out, where there still are some players out there, and that's corner and receiver. And we talked about them, bringing in Shaq a week and a half ago or so before the draft to kind of give a good feel and see where he's at and how much he's got left in the tank. I don't think Tyler Lockett is going to be a Seahawk, but I think Tyler Lockett is waiting on this draft in, 9 days to see what happens in Vegas and what happens in Cleveland, what happens in Buffalo. And I think Tyler's going to play football next year and have some options. But I think those are the 2 positions that you kind of keep an eye on as this draft sorts itself out. Name that I saw floating around yesterday, Amari Cooper, is still out there in the free agent market. Would he, if you don't add anybody else in this draft, if the board doesn't sing to you and speak to you in such a way that, there are some guys in the 2nd or 3rd round, but unfortunately they went and there was a run and we ended up taking another guard or another D tackle. So just keep an eye, I think, on those 2 positions post-draft. They'll obviously get undrafted college free agents to fill some of those spots, but those will be the 2. And for Tyler Lockett to find a home after the draft. Where exactly will that be? I think it will be dictated on who falls where when it comes to the draft Thursday, Friday, and next Saturday.
All right, that is today's Blue 88. I went off a little bit because we don't just have that cowherd sound, Brock. There's also this from Todd McShay where he's talking with Mina Kimes, and she's like, hey, if Matthew Golden and Gray Zabel are still available at 18, what should the Seahawks do?
Golden. Yeah. Between those 2 players. I can get it. I can kick a tackle into guard in the 2nd round. They've got additional picks. Yeah, I think we need a weapon. He's 4.29. He's not. The only thing with Golden that he's not as great after the catch as you would expect him to be. But my goodness, I love his routes. I love the way he leverages them, his stem, in and out of breaks. Catch, make the first defender miss, speed down the. And you know what he did? But he comes to Texas and he's the number 2, and Isaiah Bond is supposed to be the feature guy, and Isaiah Bond is dealing with the injury and frustration, and now he can't catch the ball in certain situations and all they needed a guy to step up, and he did. The big moments, the big games, he stepped up. It's like it all came together this past year for Golden, and I'm betting on we're going to continue to ascend.
Brock, I don't care if he ran a sub 4.40. I just don't want them to do that. I just would be so horrified if they end up taking a wide receiver in that spot.
Yeah, this is a golly, and you're going to get it here in about 5 minutes with my draft profile. I moved some things around. Every one of these guys is going to be an offensive lineman from here on out to draft day, Salk. This is a draft where there are these guys in the first, in the second, in the third round. I don't know if that's the case. More than likely, it's not in 2026, in 2027, in 2028, because it's not been the case over the last few years. There's going to be wide receivers. There's going to be another, Tedoroa McMillan next year. There's going to be a bunch of these guys that are available at wide receiver in 26 and 27 and 28. Go get a difference maker. Go find a difference maker. Kid today that I'm going to profile in just a couple minutes, local boy. He can be a difference maker. Go find actually one of those legit athletes on the offensive line.
You got a difference maker for us next? Brock's got a difference maker. It's coming up next on Brock and Salk.
This weekend at T-Mobile, just what the doctor ordered.
How sweet it is. The Mariners sweep aside the Texas Rangers.
It's a whole lot of Calarali, that's for sure.
The big dumper. Home runs in 3 consecutive games.
4 straight wins, back-to-back series dubs against division rivals. Can the M's keep it going as they kick off a 9-game road trip in the first of 3 against the Reds in Cincy this afternoon? Pre-game at 2:30, first pitch at 3:40 on the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
No more waiting. It's time to go all in on that new car. And Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton are the dealerships to make it happen. Why? Because they're all in for you. All in on the widest selection of new, used, and certified pre-owned vehicles with their combined inventory. All in on their amazing staff and incredible showrooms. And all in on setting you up with a test drive so you can take that car home the same day. Go all in, whether you're in the north or the south. Toyota of Kirkland and Renton got you covered. Visit in person today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. We help all types of injury victims, like Bobby, who was hurt riding the bus.
The bus made a left turn, and the scooter that I was on overturned. Ended up having surgery on my back. So I knocked on the door of Warrior Injury Law, and I thought if anyone could help me with my situation, they could, and they did. They everyday people who work for everyday people. I would recommend this company over all the rest.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. The ice may have melted, but spring is the perfect time for a new roof. Call Techline Roofing. Take advantage of our easy financing and our spring special. That's TEKLINE roofing.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here from my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, and outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen. And PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
Goodbye, winter mud. Hello, Dream Yard. Spring is here. Synthetic Turf Northwest has you covered. No more soggy lawns or weekend yard work. Just green, clean, and ready for backyard barbecues, wiffle ball, or kicking back. Synthetic Turf Northwest, the area leader in synthetic grass, residential and commercial installs, plus turf supplies out of our Woodinville warehouse, and soon in Fife, right off I-5. Mention Seattle Sports and save up to $1,000 off your project. Visit syntheticturfnorthwest.com today.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign. And so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Hey, it's me, the foul pole at T-Mobile Park. But it's about time they call me the fair pole, because those are the moments I live for. When Cal's up to the plate, I'm always on high alert.
The big dumper with a 2-run blast.
And then there's Randy Arozarena, launching missiles into the stands, flipping his bat so high it practically reaches my eye level.
Blasted back, Randy Arozarena strikes again.
And J-Rod, heck, when he connects, he makes the whole building shake.
And it's gone. Goodbye, baseball. Julio Rodriguez.
So come on down and take a seat beside me. You might even go home with a souvenir. Mariners baseball, Tridents up.
The Mariners are back in town starting April 25th, and you won't want to miss 2 great giveaways. City Connect Captain's Hat Friday the 25th and Moose Shoulder Plush Night Saturday the 26th. Plus, score value game seats as low as $10 April 29th and 30th. Go to mariners.com to get your tickets and check out everything on deck.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
Jeff Passan in 30 minutes. He texted me yesterday and says he has takes. We'll have to see what that's all about.
He has takes?
Takes. He says
Or
he's got
tape?
takes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Does he have your tape?
Well, I think that may be where the takes come from. I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll talk to Jeff at 8:30.
Yeah, I saw. Looking at the Instagram.
Oh, now you want to be a critic, huh?
No, I'm not going to be a critic.
Yeah,
no,
everybody's a critic. It's fine.
No, the wonderful woman, the fan in the stands, that
Yeah.
shot and tagged, Lyle and me and Maura on the video. From the Sasquatch grainy video, it looked like a strike.
Yeah,
I mean,
it wasn't a
just from that
strike.
view.
Yeah, no,
it
so
was
just
not.
outside.
No, Ty made it look good. Ty framed it incredibly.
Yeah, he
well.
did.
But we'll let Passan have that.
Let me
fun
be
with
clear.
it.
I never claimed it was a strike.
No, you didn't.
That may have
No.
been said by somebody else. I would never go down that road of claiming that myself. I try to be honest with you guys as much as possible, transparent and open book. And that's why I wouldn't use those words necessarily. Brock, I would expect you to give us a high-quality draft profile today.
The Seattle Seahawks select.
This is Brock Heward's draft profile.
You want traits? Check. You want a vocal leader? Check.
At the end of the day, you have to say, okay, what's best for the organization? Can you make people around you better, and can you bring people together?
Every day leading up to the draft.
Salty, we're down into our top 5. We're down into our top 5. Number 5 is a local boy. Not the offensive guard out of Newport. I love that kid, and he may be a late-round draft pick at a great Senior Bowl. Nope, this is a kid out of Rainier Beach High School. Big-time recruit. Remember about Don James putting that fence around the state of Washington? Chris Peterson, Jim Lambright, don't let any of your talent leave. Well, unfortunately, that school down I-5, a couple hours away, has been able to pluck a kid of yours or two of yours away, and Oregon did with Josh Conerly. Josh Conerly, offensive lineman, University of Oregon. Went to Rainier Beach High School, highly acclaimed out of high school. Why wouldn't you be? When you are as athletic as he is, and 6'5" and 311 pounds, and saw him a couple years ago down in Oregon when he was a true freshman. And he was getting some run. In fact, right away, played all, 13 games that year. Did not start any of those. They had some veteran tackles that are playing in the NFL, but found a role, was a jumbo offensive lineman, moved so well. And just one of those that you look at and go, yep, kind of like Kenneth Grant yesterday. There's just not a lot of guys that are that proportional. That's a word that I probably use and view now, Salk, more than I ever did 5, 10, 15 years ago. Do you just look proportional? And I use the analogy all the time, and I will again today, of Dwayne Brown. When you watch the offensive linemen over the years, when they introduced the offense for the Seattle Seahawks, and you watch some of them try to run, and you're like, oh, that's painful. That just DJ Fluker looks like he just hurts all over. 360 pounds, his knees ache, his ankles ache, his shoulders ache, his wrists ache, and making that poor guy run 70 yards out of the tunnel to midfield, like, that's not fair. That's not what he's built to do. He's a diesel, right? He's not gas. He's a semi. He's not a sports car.
We get the idea.
And here comes Dwayne Brown. And Dwayne Brown runs out of that tunnel. You're like, whoa, look at that fluid athlete. Look at that proportional guy. That looks like a linebacker. That's Josh Conerly. So Dwayne Brown, when he came out of the combine at Virginia Tech, was 6'4", 315. Josh Conerly is 6'5", 311. They both have arms for days, 33.5, 34.5, massive hands, almost 10.5-inch hands for Conerly, over 10 for Dwayne Brown. And then you get to that 40 time. Exactly. Well, actually, Josh was a little faster, 5:08 to 5:05. What was your vertical again?
I think we said 22
and a half,
something like that.
Josh Conerly at 6'5", 311, 33.5-inch arms, jumped 34.5 inches.
That's it?
34.5 inches.
Wow.
Dwayne Brown only jumped 27.5. So you're talking about the caliber of athlete, which is what you're looking at. And now what I do like about Josh, and this has been some of the guys here recently in my top 10 of my profile, Salk, there's kind of two silos you're seeing in this draft. You're seeing guys that have played 5 and 6 years, that have played 40, 50, 60, 65 games. And then you see in this first round, oh, yep, that's just different. That guy's just different. Kenneth Grant, 3 years. Josh Conerly, 3 years. Jahad Campbell, 3 years. 5-star, 5-star, 5-star. Like, okay, yep, they're just equipped a little bit differently. But in those 3 years, as I mentioned, Conerly played all 13 games as a freshman, started all 14 games as a sophomore, started all 14 games as a junior, played 40 games, started the last 28 consecutive games, doesn't miss a game, is durable, is physical, and then just moves. I want athletes at the line of scrimmage. We have had too many plug and play. God bless Christian Haynes. God bless Laumea. Those guys are doing all they can with the genetics they've been given. They don't have these genetics. They don't have this build. So Josh Conerly, if he's sitting there at 18, and it's kind of been all over the board. I've seen him anywhere from 15 to 30. Is he a left tackle? Right? Could he play left tackle? Absolutely. Does he check every box to play left tackle? Yes, he does. Can he play right tackle if Abe struggles? Yes. Could he slide in and play guard? Yes. I have been totally warped, and I'm going to tell DJ this tomorrow. I have been totally warped by his comment last week when he said every O-line coach in the NFL would love 5 tackles, 5 athletes. I want that. And in this scheme where you're going to run, in this scheme where you're going to play pass, in this scheme where you're going to screen, in this scheme where you're going to boot and waggle and naked, in this scheme, I want a premium on athletes at the line of scrimmage, and Josh Conerly checks every box. And oh, by the way, last thing, there's still upside. He's been coached well down at Oregon. Mario Cristobal, I think, recruited him there, and he's had some good people there. But he is young. He is all of that at 21 years of age, 22. What is he going to be at 25, 27 when he fully even grows into that frame that much more? You can just talk about a people-moving difference maker.
Why haven't we talked more about him? I mean, why haven't I heard his name?
Because he's a left tackle.
Why isn't he mocked at all?
Because he's a left tackle.
Is it because people think he's going to go ahead of that?
He could. Give me cut number 11 as well. He's Senior Bowl. He got humiliated. Salk at the Senior Bowl. That defensive end from Marshall threw him on his back. And, oh, gosh, he's not physical. He's not this or that. And there is a little bit of question about his run game. Here's some of that conversation.
I mean, I feel like a lot of improvements that I've been told is like to make improvements in the run game and anchoring bull rushes as well. Just having tighter hands at the point of contact and then obviously running my feet through.
Yeah. So, was it always as physical? Was he flat backing guys? Did he go to the Senior Bowl and just dominate? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. As I said, is he still a really young player compared to many of his peers coming out in this draft? Yes, he is, with upside to come. But I don't think we've talked about him because I think we have seen him, especially early in the process, is a left tackle. Well, the Seahawks don't need a left tackle. That's fine. They don't need a left tackle. You know what they need? A left guard, a center, a right guard, a dependable right tackle. They need lots of that, and they need athleticism at the line of scrimmage, and this guy has that in spades.
All right, there you go. That is another draft profile from Brock every morning at 8 o'clock. Today, Josh Conerly, the tackle out of Oregon.
Out of Rainier Beach.
Pretty cool. All right. Think
you
they
ever
take
been down to Rainier Beach? You ever
Yes.
go swimming down there?
No, I've not done the swimming. No, I guess
you ever swam at Alki? Ever
No.
put your feet in the sand out there?
Nope.
How about Green Lake?
Nope.
When you're paddleboarding out there and you just fall in the water.
I don't do
and
any paddleboarding, nor have I ever put my body
Not a big
into
water
Green
sports
Lake.
guy, huh?
I don't like lakes. I'll tell you that much.
You don't like lakes?
No, I don't like them if I can avoid them. Don't really like the ocean. Don't really want to be in the sound. Don't like anything that lives in there. Don't want to be.
What about rivers?
No, I try to stay out of rivers too if I can.
Squamish River.
I'll do
Still
it.
a Squamish River.
I
The
do it in
Snohomish
Bend.
River.
I'll do it in Bend and go kind of
The
tubing
beautiful
down the river.
glacial Puyallup River.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm pretty grossed out by anything that lives in the water. I think I've said this many times. Very afraid of anything that
How do you
lives in the
think
water.
they feel about you?
I
They're
hope-
like, look at this hairy guy with
Good.
tube coming down the river.
Stay the you-know-what away from me. I don't want to touch it. I don't want to feel it. I don't want to see them. I don't like fish. I don't like eels.
This
I don't
summer,
like anything.
Hey, this summer, you won't float the Snoqualmie with me?
I would consider doing that as long as it's not
float
too
the river?
cold. Yeah, I mean, I do it in Bend. I like that.
Okay.
I like floating there. That's fun.
Okay.
That feels very, very fish-free. It's really lakes and ponds. No, they're disgusting. I don't like anything that lives in the water. Fish are fine. Go do your own thing. Just don't.
You
I don't
like
want to
an
see it.
octopus that come up and tickle your toes?
No, sir. You're giving me the heebie-jeebies. Let's stop talking about it. And by the way, it's eels are number one. Like the idea that a snake lives in the water is so
I was
disgusting.
going to say
to
swimming
me.
snakes are the thing.
I mean, that's what an eel is. They're freaking nasty.
But there's water snakes.
That is both things should be destroyed. There's no reason for either of those things to live on this planet, and I don't want them I don't like thinking about it. I curse both of you for even bringing this up. We'll be right back with things you actually have to know next on Brock and Salk.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
What's something people may have confused about what a run-heavy offense actually means?
People think that they're just going to run the heck out of the football. We're running the ball 35, 40 times. That's not really it. I want people to think of a run-heavy offense as that's the first punch that's going to be thrown. And it's going to be thrown often. But there are days you spread them out and you just let it go because you feel like there's advantages in other places on the field.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
Get up to $5,000 in local utility rebates, and Eastsiders save up to $6,000 with the Energy Smart Eastside program. Plus, Home Comfort Alliance is offering up to 10% off all heat pumps and air conditioning systems through April. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with zero down, zero payments, and zero interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
Did you hear?
A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, the Mariners are hot, Brock. They've won 4 games in a row, and now they're going to take that show on the road. They go for their first real extended road trip of the season. Starts this afternoon in Cincinnati. Luis Castillo returning to the spot where the Mariners brought him in from, really where he became a star in Cincinnati. And he'll face Nick Lodolo today, Bryce Miller tomorrow against Nick Martinez. So, yeah, they're going to skip that 5th spot in the rotation. They DFA'd Casey Lawrence. They'll use the day off instead to keep everybody on schedule and go with 4 until later in the road trip. It's funny to hear Goldsmith say that the Reds have struggled against fastballs. If that's the case, they're really going to enjoy Luis Castillo, Bryce Miller, Brian Wu.
Are you in any way concerned about Bryce? We've not talked about this. A little bit of the report he talked to after the game in his last start about just some soreness he's working through.
Just that he hasn't felt quite right.
Right.
No, not yet.
Not really? Okay.
Not yet. Doesn't mean, is a little eye watch? Sure.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't say that I'm
concerned?
not yet. Are you?
It's a lot of inning. I mean, we've talked about this, and we'll talk about it with Passan in 10 minutes, and he wrote a book all about it. It just is, that arm is just such a, just a ticking time bomb. And when I hear people talk about, I'm not bouncing back as quick, and I'm just getting my body used to it. There's one side of that think you can just kind of callous it and build it up, but we also know how finicky and tedious and just demanding that job is on that arm. So I got a little bit of a watch on it, and would love kind of maybe the weather to warm up. Maybe the Texan body feels a little bit better, like a lot of us, when things kind of warm up a little bit too, and I think that'll be just around.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to throw hard when it's cold, right?
Oh, yes.
I mean, generally those guys start to really get their arms loosened
Remember,
up
they
by
spend
summer.
that time in Arizona, a week down there. And
So I don't know. I'm not worried yet. Guys do go through these sort of quote-unquote dead arm periods, and it doesn't even sound as bad as that. So, if there's further questions down the road, yes, I'll start to worry more. But right now, no, not particularly concerned.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Proud of me? You proud of me, by the way?
For?
The steps I've taken in our relationship. That at 49, I didn't go 2-2-2.
Oh, yeah, thank God.
2-2.
But now you're doing it.
Well, I didn't do it, though.
But you're doing it now.
No.
So, no.
I just want to point out, no.
If you really didn't want to do it, you could have said, the whole dentist bit. That would have been fine. You don't actually have to do it. You could just say the whole dentist bit.
Okay, fine. I'll do that.
The whole bit
next
with the
time.
dentist and the 1s, 2s, and 3s, or the numbers.
Right.
You could describe it without
You know what?
doing
Next time
it.
I'll do that.
Thank
No,
you.
next time
I think
I
we'd
will
all
do that.
appreciate that. All of us would appreciate that. All right. So are the Seahawks going to take a quarterback? The John Schneider sound about this not being a good quarterback class kind of went viral again yesterday after he said it last Thursday with Wyman and Bob. And so, all right, what are the Seahawks doing? They're going to take a quarterback. Matt Miller, we asked about Jackson Dart. He said there's some reasons to really like him.
So I think with Dart, it is all upside, but he has shown on tape. He was productive, he was accurate, he throws a really good deep ball. He understands space and timing. I think he can get into more of a traditional West Coast system where it is built on a lot of timing and space. He could be really, really productive. In year one, if you needed to play him, I think he could be like Bo Nix, where you could cover him up a little bit, let him learn on the job. I mean, he started for 3 years at Ole Miss. He has a lot of experience. It's just getting him caught up to making reads and decisions outside of that offense.
All right, Brock, I've asked you a bunch of times now about Jackson Dart, and you kept saying, well, I need to hear more, I need to see more. It's now 10 days out.
No.
You're out.
Yeah, I'm out. I'm pretty picky. To me, it's kind of like.
Are you out at any point or just in the first round?
If I were to say, if that board were to sing to me, right, as we kind of look through this, I've added Drew Lock, I've got Jaron, I got Sam Howell right where I want him, where he's going to compete his butt off and be better than he's ever been, and I've given Sam Darnold the keys to the car, and I want to power him to drive that thing without looking over his shoulder. So the move to me that I don't think is going to change is Jalen Milroe, third or fourth round. If he's still sitting there, which I don't think it's going to do, I don't think the board's going to sing in that way.
It'd be really sad for him if he's sitting in that draft room for 2 days.
He would be the intriguing one to me. If I check the other boxes and he's sitting there, Shuck may be the same way in the third round with one of my third round picks. If one of those two guys is sitting there, that's probably my order, how I prioritize it.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Kraken wrapping up their season tonight at home against the Kings. 5th worst record in the league. Could get to 4th, could get as high as 9th. But again, third time in 4 years, they don't make the playoffs, and it's just been a disappointing season. No other way to say it. They just never really threatened to be very good. I did like the addition of Capo Caco, and I thought he played well and brought
you
that
just
line.
like saying that name.
No, he's played well.
Again and again.
He's also
Thankfully,
played well. Not as much as my kids like saying his name. But no, I do. He's played well. I give him credit. He's come in, and that's been a good addition. Shane Wright showed promise this year, Brock. We got to see some of the offensive ability, even though it comes with a lot of mistakes and issues.
You know what's hard about the NHL, man? You say like they're the fifth worst team, so you think they'd be like, I don't know, 20 and 60s, like the fifth worst team. They're not. And they're like 5 games under 500. There are so many good teams in the NHL.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like there are so many teams there that have stars and structure and, have built this thing in place. Like, how do you climb up that wall?
You got to get stars.
Like MLB, we talked about this during the break, like so many teams, 500 or under 500. The American League feels wide open, right? There's not necessarily that dominant team.
But I think you need a couple of these things to work out, right? You need one of your young stars to turn into a star.
Don't you need more than A?
Well, you very least need one before you can get two. Don't you at least want one? And Matty Beniers, I thought, didn't improve at all this year. Not that he was bad, but I didn't see him be any better. Shane Wright did at least show that there's some of that in there, Brock. You got to see some of the offensive skill, but it came without any defense really whatsoever. And then Riker Evans, I thought, took a step back. I did not think he had a good year at all. So, yeah, other than Capo Caco.
Bring in a veteran star to bring those guys along.
Well,
we talked about how Morgan Geekie has more goals than anyone on the Kraken with the Boston Bruins. And, he was an afterthought here, but he's on David Pasternak's line, one of the best, who deals it to him.
Well, they decided to spend that money on Stevenson and Montour, and Riker played with Montour, so I didn't see any of that. I didn't see it. Anyway, that's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour on the Brock and Salk Show. I don't want to be late for Passan. He says he's got takes, and he's next on Brock and Salk.
This weekend at T-Mobile, just what the doctor ordered.
How sweet it is. The Mariners sweep aside the Texas Rangers.
It's a whole lot of Calarali, that's for sure.
The Big Dumper. Home runs in 3 consecutive games.
4 straight wins, back-to-back series dubs against division rivals. Can the M's keep it going as they kick off a 9-game road trip in the first of 3 against the Reds in Cincy this afternoon? Pre-game at 2:30, first pitch at 3:40 on the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
All right, guys, let's talk about weight loss and talk about Eastside Weight Loss Clinic specifically. The plan works. I don't know how else to tell you. Like, when you decide to do it, you lose weight. And I've been, after a lot of maintenance, just kind of jumped on recently to lose a couple extra pounds. And I've essentially, in exactly 2 weeks, lost about 16, almost 17 pounds. It's easy. It's convenient. It works. You can do it, too. It adjusts to your lifestyle. You can go into weight loss mode whenever you want. And you don't get that yo-yo effect of back and forth because you really do learn long-term lifestyle habits that will help keep you at your target weight. I did it, and Ryan Roland Smith's doing it right now. He lost over 30 pounds. We've heard from other folks in the building or listeners, other people texting into the show, some of our other advertisers, and it's worked for all of them as well. So start with a 15-minute phone consultation. That's all it takes. You can schedule it right now today at eastsideweightlossclinic.com and just see if this plan is right for you. Go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Right now, have beautiful, ultra-efficient, clean technology windows installed and pay 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 18 months. Only from Lake Washington Windows and Doors. And they'll even pay your sales tax. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. The ice may have melted, but spring is the perfect time for a new roof. Call Techline Roofing. Take advantage of our easy financing and our spring special. That's TEKLINE roofing.com.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
It's time to celebrate Seattle golf with a community swing event. Tuesday, April the 29th at the Jackson Park Golf Course from 11 till 6. Music on the range, free 10-minute lessons, club fittings, food and beverage specials, bucket golf, and free face painting, a Seattle golf celebration. $25 greens fees after 11 a.m. at Jacksonville Wright in West Seattle. Free top tracer at Inner Bay, along with food and beverage specials at all the great Seattle locations. It's the garage reminding you to play the courses. Play virtual, play premier.
Just Cause Legal knows the value of standing up for what's right. If you've been involved in a car crash, Just Cause Legal is here to fight for you with an aggressive team dedicated to securing the compensation you deserve. Just Cause Legal makes the process as painless as possible. Don't wait. Time is critical. Get the help needed today. Visit justcauselegal.com or call 253-859-8899 and meet your legal lifesavers. Just Cause Legal. Fighting for you.
Take your game day experience to the next level with a Mariner Suite. Suites are perfect for birthdays, anniversaries, client meetings, and that company outing you've been trying to plan for months. Enjoy first-class catering, VIP parking, custom setups for 14 to 400 people, and more, all with the help of a dedicated Mariners rep. Suites start at $125 per person, and season ticket members get 15% off. Reserve now at mariners.com/suites.
Munoz strikes out the side, and the ball game is over.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page. You think your home is pretty cool until that summer heat hits, and suddenly your home isn't that cool. In fact, it's hot. Air conditioning from Washington Energy Services can help. Stay cool this summer with our biggest spring savings event ever. This month only, take up to $3,500 off an energy-efficient Bryant cooling system with exclusive Washington Energy rebates. Ensure your home is always the cool house with air conditioning from Washington Energy Services. Contact us today for a free estimate.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
No more waiting. It's time to go all in on that new car. And Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton are the dealerships to make it happen. Why? Because they're all in for you. All in on the widest selection of new, used, and certified pre-owned vehicles with their combined inventory. All in on their amazing staff and incredible showrooms. And all in on setting you up with a test drive so you can take that car home the same day. Go all in, whether you're in the north or the south. Toyota of Kirkland and Renton got you covered. Visit in person today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and toyotaofrenton.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Time to talk to our friend Jeff Passan of ESPN, top baseball mind in the media these days. Good morning, Jeffrey. How are you?
Happy birthday, Brock Heward.
Oh, thank you, Jeffrey. Yeah, 49. My last one in the 40s. And I'm feeling it.
You may be feeling it. You have aged exceptionally well, though. Like, you do not look even close to 50 at this point. So take pride in that.
I appreciate that. I was looking in my rearview mirror yesterday, and I think it was the way the sun was hitting. I was looking and noticing some grays.
Oh no!
Yeah, I was like, oh,
dude,
maybe.
I'm getting a couple too. Like, yeah. I've been the guy who, if I see one, I will yank it. But I'm getting like a couple of, like, it was a little too many on the side to just start pulling out. And it's like, you know what? Yeah. It's bound to happen at some point. It's inevitable that we're all going to end up looking like Mike Salk.
Oh,
so it's fine.
Whoa. Easy there. Easy. Both of you guys do television. I'm not a television guy. I'm a radio guy for a reason. There's no reason.
He's not talking about your gray hair. He's talking about your first pitch.
Oh, jeez. Oh, man.
Okay, so that I said this to Mike last night, Brock. I did not look at the comments because I wanted to come in with a completely unadulterated take, and I was kind of curious how it aligned with others. So here's it. May I, Mike? Do I have your permission to just walk through my thoughts on it?
By all means, Jeffrey, please do. I mean, I've always wanted to be critiqued by such a baseball mind.
He wrote the arm, Salk. He wrote a book about
He did write the arm. I feel like mine is safe after that throw.
Let's start here.
Okay.
It's a very cool privilege that you get to go do that, and it takes some gumption to go out there and throw a ball in front of thousands of people that could end up with you in a viral clip. So props to you for that. Now, you getting out there and insisting on going to the mound.
You got to understand. You got to understand the theory. You got to understand the history there, Jeff. So when this first went, I don't mean to cut you off, but when this first came up,
no, please.
The first thing is, I talked to my dad, and he was like, "Whatever you do, don't go to the mound." And I was like, "Yeah, I don't want to do any. I have no interest in going to the mound." And then Brock comes on. He's like, "What are you talking about? You will embarrass our show if you don't go to the top of the mound. How dare you? I won't talk to you ever again." He's bullying me. The listeners are writing in. Maura, Lyle, everybody I know is like, "You got to go to the top of the mound. You're the worst person to exist. Like, you got to go to the mound, you wuss. Why would you embarrass us? You got to go to the top of the mound." So I was like, I really don't want to, but I didn't want, I was feeling a lot of pressure to do that.
It's understandable. And here's the thing. I actually agree that the mound is the move. I feel like if you're in front of the mound, it's just like a half first pitch. If you really want to show what you've got, go to the mound. But here's my issue. If you're going to go to the mound, you have to throw the baseball, and you didn't throw the baseball. You just avoided embarrassment.
Mm-hmm.
All you were doing, you were the kid who walked into class and had the ability to get an A, but you're like, nah, I'll take a C- and I'll be okay with it because at least I pass. And I don't want to go, off the side of the road, full Thelma and Louise style, into like a ball of flames at the bottom. You didn't want to be 50 Cent. You didn't want to be Carl Lewis. You played it safe. And honestly, I think that is far more of a wuss move than throwing from 40 feet.
Jeff, thankfully,
Here's the thing, Mike.
It's as if you listened to me all last week, because all those things are accurate.
Here's the thing. You're enough of an athlete where you needed to step out there, and I'm being serious when I say that. I don't imagine that you're going to be an Olympian anytime soon, but you're in shape. You're a fit guy, and the way that you threw that baseball tells me that you are capable of so much more, and you just turtled when the moment was there.
All right, so let me ask you a question. Have you done this before?
No.
You've never thrown out a first pitch?
I won't until I'm retired. I don't think
you think it's inappropriate for.
Yeah.
I understand. You're a reporter. We're in sort of different jobs. And
Exactly.
That's fine.
Exactly.
No, I understand that. I won't critique that. I think that makes perfect sense. First of all, thank you. I was truly touched that they asked me. I thought that was awesome. But the story was kind of like, I asked them like, "Hey, can I come see Saintcha pitch?" And they were like, "Oh, sure. Also, would you throw out the first pitch?" I was like, "Oh, okay. Like, that's unbelievable." And I didn't have a lot of time. I haven't thrown an actual baseball in forever. I didn't get to warm up. I didn't get to practice. So you're right. I didn't want to embarrass myself. If another team were to ask me to do this for a second time, the Rainiers, God forbid, the
Modesto
Mariners.
Nuts.
Yes, if I had to travel to
Arkansas
Modesto.
Travelers.
If I traveled to Modesto to throw out the first pitch for a Nuts game. Yes, the next time, Brock, I would do a better job of throwing. But I've never really thrown off a mound. Like, I'm not a pitcher. Throwing from the top of the mound.
Are you kind of hearing a lot of excuses too, Jeff? Are you kind of hearing that?
No,
or
just saying how I would handle it next time.
No. I'm honestly, I don't see these as excuses. I think he's making perfect logical sense. I just think when you're in that position, you got to have the confidence to go out there, and that was an unconfident man.
That's true. I was not confident at all. My kids were there. I knew that Brock was watching from afar, ready to make fun of me. I was terrified. As Tito says, the game sped up on me.
The funniest part of all of this, though, is that you did this specifically so you would avoid embarrassment, and yet you are still embarrassed.
Yeah, that's fine. No, I'm not really that embarrassed. I think I'm okay. The biggest thing I noticed, this was odd. I did not expect this. I guess the only mounds I'd ever really been on in my life were, as a kid. I was shocked that when you get to the top of a big league, or in this case, a single A mound, there's no hole in front of the rubber. Like, it's just flat. And I don't know. That didn't dawn on me that it would look that way. I don't think I'd ever seen or noticed that before.
Well, that's probably why they were asking you to avoid the mound.
Right, yeah.
It was, yeah, I mean, it was because pitchers they're like little puppies. They like digging their holes to fit themselves perfectly. And so, yeah, that all of it in moments like that where it's already loaded with pressure, any little thing is like a landmine that can just screw everything up. And you are not expecting the dirt on the mound to be an impediment, and yet it was. Yeah. So as much as I am advocating for you to improve the velocity and the shape of your pitch, it also feels like you need a little bit of help in your mental game, Mike. It feels like you need to sit down with a sports psychologist.
Yes.
Yep. Maybe there was a traumatic event with dirt in your childhood that just brought back all sorts of bad memories, PTSD on the mound.
A lot of traumatic events in my childhood, as you might imagine, Jeff. All right, well then, perfect transition as you talk about sports psychologists. If there's one guy in this Mariner team, we know, because he's talked to us about it, has really been helped by sports psychology. Do you know who that is off the top of your head?
I don't, actually.
Brian Wu has told us a couple times that's really, really helped him in the minor league level as he attempted to go from like 6 innings total in college to being, an unbelievable pitcher right now. And he made a comment after his last start almost about imagining it was like as he went through the game, it was like going through video game levels where they got progressively harder, and it helped him. All of this is a long way of transitioning to ask, what is the thought about Brian Wu nationally, and what is the likelihood that we're having legit all-star and eventually Cy Young conversations about him, whether it's this year, next year, or soon?
I think it starts with, in terms of the national view of him, can he stay healthy? Because if Brian Wu can stay healthy, yes, we are talking about All-Star. Yes, we are talking about Cy Young. If you go and look at what the guy's done in his career, I mean, last year, I know he threw only 120 or so innings, but it was sub-3 ERA. The command of his pitches is exceptional. I got to be honest, of the 5 Mariner starters, if you were to ask me, who would you enjoy watching the most throw a complete game? I think it would be Brian Wu, and that's no slight to the rest of the guys. I think it's either him or Logan Gilbert, but I just really enjoy watching Wu pitch. He is so methodical, and he is so efficient, and his command is so exquisite that it's just fun to watch a pitcher who has multiple pitches that he can command pick apart a lineup. And I really enjoy it because I feel like Brian Wu, it's funny you say this about sports psychology helping, because I feel like on the mound, he is so very in control of the game. Already, baseball is the one sport where the defense dictates what the game looks like, right? But I think Brian Wu is fully I haven't asked him about this, and I'm going to now going forward. I think he has fully embraced the idea that he's in control. And when you're in control, man, and you have that gift that you can put a ball on a dime anywhere on the plate, then it just turns into a game of, I'm going to trick you. I'm going to fool you. I'm going to mess with your timing. And I'm going to, if this is a count that falls for a fastball, I'm going to throw you a changeup. And I think that is what has led him to this point where if we continue to get innings out of him, we're going to see him in Atlanta this summer.
10% of the way through the Major League Baseball season, the product has been
good. I don't see baseball right now as any different than at any point in the last, couple of years.
The records in the American League, I ask you that because
that's exactly where I was going. Like, the American League confounds me. I'm not sure whether I'm on the side of I love that just about every team can be a contender and can win the pennant, or I'm appalled that there are no teams that seem to be really good. Yesterday I was talking with somebody who's going to win the American League this year, and we named like 8 teams. Could it be the Yankees? Absolutely. Could it be the Blue Jays? Maybe. Could it be the Red Sox? Yeah, possibly. Could it be the Rays? Sure. Orioles? If they get a little more pitching. Tigers? Absolutely. Guardians? I would say no, but they always seem to be there. Royals? Potentially. They need a bat. Angels? I still don't think so. But they're better than I thought they were going to be. Rangers, despite what you guys saw this weekend, yeah. Mariners, yeah. Astros, sure. But are any of them capable of competing with the Dodgers? Are any of them capable of competing with the Padres? Are any of them capable of competing with the Phillies, the Mets? The National League's just a way better league at this point. And a couple days ago, I added up the records in the American League, and I think collectively they were 15 games under 500. It might be worse now. The NL is just the dominant league at this point, and that is going to make, I think, for a really interesting postseason on the AL side.
Which is such the opposite of how it was 10, 15 years ago. Remember when Jack Wilson got traded here, Brock, and we welcomed him to the major leagues from the minor leagues in Pittsburgh. It was like, that was kids playing, of course. But
so why is that? Why the shift?
49 years old.
Why the shift so clearly between the two leagues right now?
Well, let's look at who's spending. The New York Mets went out and spent $765 million on Juan Soto and added Clay Holmes and Frankie Montas and re-signed Pete Alonso. The Los Angeles Dodgers go out and spend more than anyone. The San Diego Padres in recent years have gone out and spent. It's just, it feels like there's been a gravitation of talent toward the National League and away from the American League. And I think that, when you're talking about 15 teams on each side, the spectrum of talent coming up from the minor leagues is going to be spread out pretty often. So then it's more about how does big league talent move, and a lot of big league talent has gone to the National League side.
Helps too that they've added the DH, I think, because before that it was hard for them to compete. I always felt they were at a disadvantage against the American League teams, and now I think they have enough hitters on their teams.
That is actually a really interesting premise that I had not considered, but I think that makes a lot of sense.
Well, let's redeem yourself.
Let's talk about. Thank you. I try. Let's think about.
You still can't throw, but aside from that, your brain's working at least.
This is just wrong.
You totally redeemed yourself.
Just frankly rude. Let's talk about one of those DHs that's out there. JD Martinez. His name popped up a little bit last week. Greg Amsinger, I think, brought it up as a potential fit for the Mariners. What do you think JD Martinez has left? Where do you think he'll end up, and what does it cost? Could it be with the Mariners? I guess there's 4 questions in one for you.
What is it going to cost at this point? Not a whole lot. What does he have left? 2 years ago he was awesome. Last year, he was like a league average hitter. The issue with JD Martinez is that he is just a DH only, and you know that you're not going to be getting any help on the defensive side potentially. And when you have only 26 roster spots, and you're an organization like the Mariners that you've already got a guy in Mitch Garver who's mostly resigned to DH at this point. You've got Jorge Polanco, who's not able to play in the field, or I don't know if he did yesterday, but hasn't been recently. And you've got Luke Raley, who's going to take some DH at bats. You've got Donovan Solano, whose gloves not like. You got a lot of DH candidates already, and a lot of DH at bats on that team. And it's just a question of, is the difference that JD Martinez would potentially make with the Mariners substantive enough to take away those DH at-bats from everyone else. When you DH Shohei Ohtani, it's like, yeah, of course. When your DH is Brent Rooker, or at least, the last couple of seasons, it's like, yeah, okay, well, that makes sense to put him there. But I don't know. I don't know that the fit for the Mariners is all that great right now.
Here's the only reason I ask and bring it up. I think every point you just made is 100% true. The one thing he did well last year is sort of an old school stat, but he drove in runs. He's a guy who drives in runs. He's an RBI guy. And what's been the biggest problem with this Mariner lineup, not just this year, but the last few years? Just finding ways to drive in runners in scoring position. And say what you want about JD Martinez. He's not perfect, but he drove in 70 runs in 120 games last year. Like, that sure feels like the type of thing that this lineup is, like the one biggest thing that they're missing.
And he couldn't play first base?
He hasn't played first base. And transitioning a guy who hasn't played somewhere to that job on the fly, not the easiest thing to do. I guess he could try, but if you're the Mariners, are you doing a wing and a prayer on a guy defensively at first base? And hope
why not? You're doing a wing and a prayer to a guy at third base and Jorge Polanco, and he's not actually playing there. You're doing wing and a prayer. You got doing a lot of defensive wings and prayers for this team.
You got a 5'6" first baseman at times, and Solano, I think the shortest in the history of the sport. So a wing and a prayer. Hey, here's another.
So here's the thing: has Solano played first base?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. He has been there in the past. Has Jorge Polanco played infield? Yes, he's been there in the past. And I know third base is a different position than second base, but he has played third base in his past with the Twins as well. Has JD Martinez ever been anything but a DH or an outfielder? No. Gotcha. Being on the dirt's a little different, man. Yeah. Like the scooping
Salk.
low throws
he was on that dirt,
is a skill.
Yes.
No question receiving pickoffs is a skill. So I think that sort of skill isn't quite as easy to pick up. But if there is any position that a guy's going to transition to and have it be with some semblance of ease, it would be first base.
How about another little rumbling and rumor that was going around, I believe at the end of last week, about Luis Castillo, that a major league team called on Luis Castillo because of some of their injuries to their starting arms. I think Bob Nightingale had this rumor. Did you reach out or lean into that at all? Did you find any details at all, whether or not that was a realistic possibility?
I didn't bother making a call because just logically right now it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It's too early, number one, for any trades to be happening. Number two, we have no idea what George Kirby's situation is. And I think the Mariners' willingness to move any starting pitcher is going to depend almost entirely on whether they can get Kirby back, get Kirby healthy, and get Kirby being Kirby. If they can, then it makes a little more sense. Without that, though, you're hamstringing yourself. You're putting yourself in a position where you haven't seen Brian Wu throw a full season, and that leaves you with Logan Gilbert and Bryce Miller and a big old shrug emoji with Kirby. I just don't think at this point that's particularly logical. And beyond that, most trades are not going to happen unless you get exceptional value for them until at least June. And, the two big trades I can remember in the last couple of years happening before June. Luis Arraez going to the Padres last year. And while we're looking at the return right now for the Marlins and it's not looking great, they felt like they got really good value on it. And in late May, a couple of years ago, Aroldis Chapman going to the Texas Rangers for Cole Reagans, who might be a top 5 pitcher in baseball right now.
How much do you know about Randy Arozarena?
Bit context.
I don't know. He's just a fascinating person. He's fascinating to watch. He doesn't speak a lot, so we don't know him all that well. By all accounts, he's quiet, except when he's playing, when he plays with a ton of flash and charisma and noise. And so I just, kind of wondering who he is and what you know about him.
I mean, it's very interesting when players come from Cuba to Major League Baseball, and they've been living in this authoritarian regime, but it's sort of a privileged life inside of that because the government does tend to take care of baseball players, and yet there are a number of Cuban players who I've talked with who say when you grow up in an environment where you know that you are being spied on all the time and that the government can come in and essentially do whatever it wants without recourse, it hardens you and it makes you skeptical of things, skeptical of people. And so I've never asked Randy Arozarena that question, but I know some of his countrymen have gone through life feeling that way and are very hesitant to open up accordingly. So I think, let's put it this way. Randy Arozarena plays for Team Mexico, right? Whereas other guys who have been from Cuba will play for a Cuban national team or will go back or still have ties to there. And I think that maybe lends a little bit of insight into how he feels about the country, and if he feels that way about where he grew up and where he spent the entirety of his childhood and the formative teenage years and early into his adulthood, maybe that gives a little bit of an inkling as to why this is not a particularly demonstrative guy, aside from when he's on the field, which when ball players, some guys, they step inside of that line and turn into a completely different person.
And some step inside the lines and become a lollygager. I mean, I'll kind of just put a bow on the conversation.
I knew that was
right?
coming. I saw that one coming a mile away.
Did you really?
I didn't. I mean, that was the haterest thing I've heard all day. That was worse than anything I said. A lollygagger?
I mean, is that kind of how you would characterize the throw? Just a throw. It was kind of a lollygagger. He's kind of a lollygagger.
I would. Let's put it this way: when I was coaching my older son's teams when he was much younger, like 6 or 7 year old baseball, when I would do pop-ups in the infield and throw fly balls into the outfield, that was the trajectory on which Salk's pitch went.
You guys have one view on this. I kind of see that a different way, whereas, look, Jurangelo St. was the star that night. Yeah. He was going to be coming to that same mound a few minutes later to throw 98 mile an hour from the right side, maybe even look nastier from the left side, and I just didn't want to upstage him. I thought the thing to do was to kind of be an appetizer and allow him to be the main dish. I don't want to make him look bad.
And what's really cool is those guns, the radar guns in Everett, I've heard are kind of cranked up, like that, 98. And Salk didn't even register. It just did not
didn't quite register. He's fun though, by the way, Jeff. Watching him pitch, I swear, I know that he's a righty, and that's kind of where it's going. And he throws harder from the right side. And watching high A kids try to hit a high inside 98 mile an hour fastball was like good luck. But honestly, the stuff from the left side is almost more fun to watch. It's ridiculous. He's so good.
Yep.
Yeah. If that was an appetizer, Mike, I feel like it was a plate full of radishes.
Goodbye, Jeff. We'll talk to you next week. Thank you for that stirring analogy. We'll come right back. We got another hour to go. We'll see if we can, find something better than my stupid athletic ability to talk about. It's next on Brock and Salk.
He's a lollygagger.
This weekend at T-Mobile, just what the doctor ordered.
How sweet it is. The Mariners sweep aside the Texas Rangers.
It's a whole lot of Calarali, that's for sure.
The big dumper. Home runs in 3 consecutive games.
4 straight wins, back-to-back series dubs against division rivals. Can the M's keep it going as they kick off a 9-game road trip in the first of 3 against the Reds in Cincy? This afternoon, pregame at 2:30, first pitch at 3:40 on the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Toyota gives you the power of choice, including the best-selling Camry. It's all hybrid all the time with available all-wheel drive. Now through April 30th, get 5.25 APR financing on any new Camry. Or lease a Camry LE from just $319 a month for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS, tax, title, and license extra. A negotiable doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Toyota, Let's go places.
Was drafted in 1999 by the Philadelphia 76ers, and that was just absolutely a dream come true.
Todd's playing in the NBA is unique. His battle with neuropathy is not.
I first started noticing problems a couple years into my NBA career, and I felt like my sock was just balled up right in the arch of my foot, and there'd be areas of burning and tingling, and then there'd be other areas of deadness where there would be no response to touch. We tried everything possible, from surgery to different drugs, to try and take care of some of the symptoms.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, non-drug, pain-free procedures that have helped thousands of neuropathy sufferers find relief.
Now I'm able to spend more time doing the things that I enjoy, being on my feet.
If you experience numbness, shooting, or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Ascent Roofing was founded with the aim of shielding the community from liabilities that may arise from hiring a contractor. Bob Stelton here, and I love their slogan. You're either hiring an asset or you're hiring a liability. Now, I've been there, and you probably have too. Hiring a contractor that showed up late, delivered shoddy work, or went over budget. Asset Roofing is the opposite of a bad contractor. Their business model is to deliver honest and transparent solutions, becoming a valuable asset for both clients and their communities. Now, I experienced it firsthand when I met Anthony, the owner, and then again when I had him do work on my roof. Now, these guys are the best in the business, and I highly recommend Asset Roofing to local homeowners. Now, this spring, replace your aging roof with Asset Roofing. Ask them about their specialty, metal roofs. You're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Check them out at assetroofingco.com. That's assetroofingco.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
Baseball's back. It's time your yard stepped up to the plate. Synthetic Turf Northwest is Seattle's go-to for pro-quality turf. Perfect for backyard batting cages, putting greens, or just a mud-free play zone for the whole family. We install the best, we supply the best. And we're local-based in Woodinville with a new Fife location coming soon next to Sportco. Mention Seattle Sports and save up to $1,000 off your project. Visit syntheticturfnorthwest.com, where the grass is always greener.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hello, Seattle. It's your friendly neighbor, the T-Mobile Park roof. From up here, I can see it all. Folks pouring in from the street, the sun setting over the sound, the roar of the crowd as Luis Castillo pumps his fist, and the joy of the J-Rod squad as Julio snares a deep fly ball at the wall.
He reaches up with a leap and he makes the catch.
And all the faces smiling with every perfectly grilled hot dog and swirl of soft serve. When the final out's made, I'll be right up here, lighting the W and soaking it all in. Mariners baseball. Try it inside.
The Mariners have a great slate of special events and marquee matchups all season long. Bring mom to the ballpark for Mother's Day weekend, May 9th to 11th, including a clear purse giveaway Sunday the 11th, thanks to Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Then don't miss a star-studded showdown against the Yankees May 12th to 14th. Get your tickets at mariners.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just getting...
Mike. Ewert, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
360 says, takeaway from the Passan interview today, Salk, his throwing arm and hamstring, all a plate full of radishes.
But your brain is good. He loved the point
That
about
was
the
nice.
age. Yes, you're
There's
very
also
astute.
there was a pretty good text here that I thought was kind of a fun idea, which was like, I would love the story of Salk working his way through the Mariner minor leagues, throwing out first pitches everywhere. Like, yeah, actually sounds kind of like a fun story. Like, you'd have to ask, you
bypass low A because of your BP a couple
No.
years ago. No, you did. Your BP was really good. That's what I was going to say to Passan. Like, you
I
were
think
aggressive.
that'd be part of the fun is starting
Yeah.
over and, doing rookie league, going to Arizona, right, for Peoria. Then you go to Modesto. Then you go to Everett. Then
See
you
if
go
we
to
can find a sponsor
Arizona.
for this. Yeah,
the
let's
problem
get
is you
a
have to
sponsor.
invite yourself to do the first pitch at all those places. And so and especially, I mean, it was nice in Everett. There were a lot of people there, or a few people there anyway, who knew the show and were supportive. You show up in Modesto to throw out the first pitch. I
Sure.
can't imagine there's a lot of
And we
people
know you
who
love
are-
Arkansas, and that's one of your favorite states.
I've only been there once, very, very briefly. So, yeah, I mean, I'd have to get back to Arkansas.
Hey, two things.
Yes.
Two things. On a serious note, and I asked you this just a second ago off the air. This whole conversation about the American League. You asked me how many teams are more than 2 games above 500 in the entire American League right now.
Yeah,
and
it's
what is
2.
it? Detroit.
It's just Detroit and the Angels, and I don't think anybody expects the Angels to stay there.
And, then you hear Passan talk about this American League and all of these teams. Do you in any way, is immediately, where my mind went? My mind went to, wow, this is going to be fascinating then in 2 months. Where does this thing then go in 2 months? If you legitimately have 8 or 9 or 10 teams all involved, and they're all kind of hanging around that 500 or a game or 2 above, and no one is running away with it, what is that going to make this deadline? And could that have in any way played a role in some of the inactivity of this offseason? Like, you know what? Let's just see what this looks like this year, and we feel good if we just get a little bit of offense. If we get a little Julio, a little Cal, a little Jorge, a little offense to pair with, what we now have coming in the bullpen with Troy and Matt eventually, and and obviously Mooney is the backstop. Do you think that played a role at all into some of the lack of a lot of movement this offseason?
Yeah, it could. I don't know.
I think I'm reminded of that as we get near draft season. I'm really reminded of it because I so zero in on these prospects and on this board.
Yep.
And they look at their roster.
Yeah, I
and
talked
they
about
look
that at 9
next year.
or at 6 rather, saying essentially it used to be we'd all look at the sports section every day and then you check the standings and the scoreboard and move on. Well, even though information is easier to come by now, you actually have to seek out the standings. You got to go to ESPN or MLB.com or whatever and say, okay, what do the standings look like? Who's where? Otherwise, you don't just have it, right there with everything else that you look at in the morning. And so, yeah, I think that may have very well played a role in the inactivity of this offseason. You know who's got it much worse, and it's a very similar story, almost inverted, is Baltimore. I mean, that Baltimore is 6-9 right now, and they are in the middle of wasting one of the great young hitting nucleuses in baseball, and they've done it in the exact same but opposite way of the Mariners, where they just seem to refuse to be able to go out and get anybody who can pitch in the heart of their career. And so you bring up that Nightingale report, and I'm not surprised that Jeff Passan wasn't going to run down a rumor that Bob Nightingale came up with. But if there is any truth to that, and there is a team, I know that Lyle pointed to the Red Sox, and for good reason. I understand why the Red Sox would want that. But the Orioles and Mariners have always been the right fit for each other. One team can pitch, the other team can hit, and both seem to be incapable of solving the other side of that equation.
Yeah, or just have a chasm, right? In just kind of the time for the Mariners where you feel like you've got 3 or 4, what the Orioles have now, but it's some years away.
I would also say, just to go back to that whole idea of the American League and even some of the differences, discrepancies between the two leagues, one of the problems you have in the American League is that the entire AL Central is small market. Like it just the whole, and I know technically Detroit and Chicago aren't, but Detroit, we know what kind of a market that is and kind of the economic hardships that have fallen on that city over the years. Cleveland's a small market with similar problems. Kansas City's a very small market. Minnesota is a small market, or it's a medium market, but the Pohlads have always treated it as if as it was a small market. Yeah. And then while Chicago's obviously a huge market, the White Sox share of Chicago is almost a much smaller version of it. So I know that's not perfect. I'm not sitting here and telling you Detroit, Minnesota, Chicago are small cities. Right. But that whole division kind of has that vibe to it. Yep. Whereas there isn't really, I mean, the AL Central sort of, or the NL Central sort of like that. But you got the Cubs and you got the Cardinals in the middle of it, and just the proud history of those two teams and the amount baseball means to those two fan bases. I think it just changes it a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's again, nobody questions your mind, Salk. I think from day one,
people question it all the time, but
I don't think anybody has a question that. They've just sometimes questioned, they go for it. Can we pull the trigger and just let that thing loose, and that's okay. You played it conservatively, and that's just that is just fine.
I
and
like
thank you
if
for being a good
someone
sport,
here
too.
says, please tell Salk to stop talking about his lob job, as if I'm the one who keeps bringing this up and
No,
not
you're
Brock
not.
and Passan
No,
and
you're
everybody else. I'm perfectly happy to move on and not talk about this anymore at all. All right, let's see. Just to set up the last hour almost of this show, we are going to Answer the Question Jerk at 9:45 today for Brock's birthday. And happy birthday to Brock. I saw Macy tweeting to you. She called you her, what did she say? She said you were the one who inspires you her most. How about that? Isn't that nice?
Look at my Macers.
I know.
That's very sweet.
Yeah. She wrote that on social media, so like people can see it.
Wow.
No, I thought that was nice. She's happy birthday to the one who inspires me most. Love. A big heart, and then says, I love you, Dad.
Oh, that's my middle. She's my middle.
Yeah.
Middle's no middle, Salk.
You guys relate to each other.
Middles.
Interesting.
Middles.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So answer the question, jerk questions for especially Brock today, now that it's his birthday. He's 49 years old today. 49 years old. And Passan thinks he looks good.
With the 4.
Passan thinks he looks pretty good for his age. So, Lyle, you know who sings this?
This is just interrogation at this point.
Do you know who sings this?
Again, this is interrogation. No.
Have you heard of this band?
Who are they?
The Beatles.
Oh.
I told you I was rolling this in earlier, too. He could have cheated. I told him what song this was.
This is a little band out of England called the Beatles.
That's interesting.
Oh, I really appreciated
those guys who Ferris Bueller's singing, and
that's
Ferris
right.
Bueller's
Yes,
Day
yeah.
Off.
They sang the original for that Ferris Bueller song.
Hey, give him
Twist
credit.
and
That's
Shout.
an older reference.
That's true. Nice job. All right. Good job, Lyle. That's the Beatles. It's Brock's birthday. We got to answer the question jerk. You can text in questions at 866-979-3776 here on Seattle Sports on 710.
The John Schneider Show.
With Wyman and Bob.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
Just in the case of Gino, you make an offer to somebody, and then later he goes and speaks and talks about he felt disrespected. I mean, that's probably not unique either. I mean,
No.
He's entitled to feel how he feels.
Exactly. Yeah, very comfortable the way we handled it. You can't tell somebody how to feel. Like, it's just like any other relationship. Like, it's the way you feel. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong.
Hear the rest of this interview on demand at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Oh, man, luxury. Who doesn't like luxury? Everybody likes luxury, especially when comfort meets elegance, like this summer at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Yep, the whole views, about the Cascade views, but also the world-class dining, new restaurants, awesome entertainment. Yep, get ready because the award-winning Outdoor Summer Concert Series is back, and they got artists like Hanson, Austin Jenks, Melanie Fiona, and POD as well this summer, all overlooking that beautiful Snoqualmie Valley. Yes, get tickets at snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Hi, John Curley here. It's a great time to upgrade with incredible savings on ultra-efficient heat pumps. Take advantage of local utility rebates up to $5,000 off on heat pumps. And Eastsiders save up to $6,000 with the Energy Smart Eastside program. Home Comfort Alliance is offering up to 10% off all heat pumps and air conditioning systems through April. Get both heating and cooling with an ultra-efficient heat pump in one unit. Plus, enjoy 18 months, same as cash financing. Call Home Comfort Alliance, the comfort people. Visit Home Comfort Alliance. LocalWinds.com.
Are you working in the refrigeration industry? Are you staying up on current regulations? Well, Local 32 can help advance your career. That's right. Learn more at ualocal32.com. Again, that's ualocal32.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Right now, have beautiful, ultra-efficient, clean technology windows installed and pay $0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 18 months. Only from Lake Washington Windows and Doors. And they'll even pay your sales tax. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Through June 23rd, get 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited internet data. Plus, get one unlimited 5G mobile line included, all for $40 a month for 1 year. And ask how you can get a free 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply with paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Xfinity Internet required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year, rate increases to $70 per month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed.
The noon hour of the Bump and Stacy Show is powered every day by the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to PendergastLaw.com.
You think your home is pretty cool until that summer heat hits, and suddenly your home isn't that cool. In fact, it's hot. Air conditioning from Washington Energy Services can help. Stay cool this summer with our biggest spring savings event ever. This month only, take up to $3,500 off an energy-efficient Brine cooling system with exclusive Washington Energy rebates. Ensure your home is always the cool house with air conditioning from Washington Energy Services. Contact us today for a free estimate.
My teacher is the best because she gives us pajama day.
No matter how old you get, you always remember that one great teacher. Hi, this is Rick Riz, inviting you to join WSECU in celebrating Teacher of the Week. This year, we're going to honor 24 great teachers with grants of $500, sponsored by WSECU, the credit union for Washington. Nominate an exceptional teacher now at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. Has Viagra stopped working for you? Do you hate the side effects? If you've taken Viagra for any length of time, you already know that pills are not the solution to ED. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. No pills, no shots, no surgery. We can also treat Peyronie's disease. Our non-invasive treatment for ED is painless and highly effective. We have treated thousands of men just like you. Stop living with this problem and do something about it. Do yourself a favor, do your partner a favor, and call us today.
Call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com. HSA cards welcome and financing available.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. up first.
All right, 3-game series starts today against the Cincinnati Reds. They've been pretty similar to the Mariners, to be honest. Both teams started slow, and then both teams have now won 5 of 6. In the Reds' case, that was 2 of 3 in San Francisco. Pretty impressive. And then sweep of the Pirates. So, that's what to look forward to here in this series in terms of pitching matchups. Cool to see Luis Castillo go back and pitch in Cincinnati, spot where really he became Luis Castillo. He'll face Nick Lodolo today. Bryce Miller is tomorrow against Nick Martinez. Then you got Brian Wu in the finale of that series. So, you got 3 horses going against a team that doesn't apparently like to hit fastballs. So, advantage Mariners.
Yeah, we know sample sizes at this stage of the game can be a little bit dangerous, but that was Goldie with us earlier this morning saying, one of the next level numbers to really keep an eye on over these 3 games. We know that the Mariners love to throw strike one. The Mariners love to throw a lot of fastballs. And right now, Cincinnati is doing very little damage with that. So let's hope that continues and find a way to win this series from the beginning of what's going to be a pretty long road trip. Toronto can be a tough place to play. And if the Mariners ever play good in Boston, in our 16 years, have the Mariners ever...
Not that I remember.
Lyle, if the Mariners won a series... Oh, I feel like this is interrogation. If the Mariners ever won a series in Boston... Because it feels like it's been a long
if you don't know anything
time.
about music, you better know the Mariners' record against the Red Sox in Fenway every year for the last 16 years.
That's right.
Off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
There was that rough one a few years ago where Trevor Story just went insane, right? At 3 home runs and and then last year was the Mitch Garver at bat late in the game. That wasn't fun. Yeah, they've had some problems. Fenway Park, no doubt. I like the sound from Logan Gilbert. He was talking to Wyman and Bob on Friday, and they asked him, great question, about his reaction to Cal signing his long-term extension and whether it would have an effect on Logan signing one of his own.
I mean, there's a lot that goes into it, but as far as one person signing with the team that's going to have the most influence on you is Cal being here, and that's what happened with him locking up however many years it was. So it definitely factors in. It's a big deal. That's the guy I've thrown to pretty much 90-something% of my career, and including the minors too. So, there is risk with if you ever go somewhere else and you have a new catcher and a lot of things change. Cal knows me so well that I kind of dream up the perfect scenario. You think of like Wainwright and Yachty, how they had 300 starts together or whatever it is. Like one day breaking that record would be pretty cool. I mean, a lot of things have to go right, but if I could throw to Cal the rest of my career, I'd do it.
You know what that's like, Salky? It's like throwing a wide receiver from Aylen Junior High to Puyallup High School to the University of Washington and dreaming that maybe Dane and I could connect in the NFL. Because that connection is different. It is unique. You do have thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of time together that you have spent. And, let's hope that is that Cal's the first and Logan could be the second to get a deal done this year.
Yeah, just another testament to Cal Raleigh, more than anything else. I don't know whether it means Logan's going to actually sign here long-term or anything like that. Maybe it does. But just a testament to Cal Raleigh, what he means to the team, and specifically what he means to his friend Logan Gilbert.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
We've got the list of players that are going to be at the draft next week. I won't read you all 17, but Cam Ward, Jackson Dart, Jalen Milroe, no Shedeur Sanders. We knew that. Wide receivers, both Golden and McMillan will be there. Abdul Carter's going to be there. Jahad Campbell. Anything else stand out to you?
Ashton Genty's going to be there, right? I think is Hampton the running back from North Carolina? Do you see him on that list as well, Amari?
I don't think so.
You didn't see him? 17 is up from 13 a year ago. Green Bay is going to be an awesome scene. I hope the weather kind of is one way or the other. Don't be in the middle. Either just be an unbelievable, horrific snowstorm or be just beautiful in Titletown, because that's going to be a fun affair. I've kind of liked that, by the way. I've kind of liked, and I don't know if Seattle will ever be a viable situation as you look at bringing the draft, to different locales, and we have seen it across the country. Green Bay should be quite a scene next week.
The names that we talked about, Tyler Booker quite a bit. He's going to be there. Jahad Campbell, Will Campbell. He's another tackle who's probably not going to be available, right?
Yep.
Abdul Carter, Jackson Dart, Matthew Golden, Mason Graham, defensive lineman, right? Who's probably not going to be available. Travis Hunter, Ashton Genty, Will Johnson. We've not talked about.
Corner out of Michigan. Yep.
Tedero McMillan, Jalen Milroe, Josh Simmons.
Yep, lineman out of Ohio State, a little banged up this year.
Okay, Malachi Starks.
Safety out of Georgia.
Right. And then Shamar Stewart, Cam Ward, Mikael Williams, who we've talked about a little bit. So, yeah, that's it. Kind of a different group, I would say, this year with a lot of, as we've heard, a lot of subjectivity in this year's draft.
That's a good way to say it.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
We talked a little bit about the Kraken earlier. They're finishing up their final game of the season tonight. That will be at home against the Kings in what overall was a pretty frustrating, disappointing season. Disappointed that Matty Beniers didn't get much better. Disappointed that Riker Evans, if anything, didn't get better. Might have even regressed. Disappointed that really, as a team, they didn't get any better. John Forsland, a little frustrated by what he saw.
And Dan wants to bring more of an exciting style to open up the floodgates a little bit offensively. And the one thing I was concerned about, and I said this, was if you're going to, the old philosophy of robbing Peter to pay Paul. If you're going to do that, if you're going to stretch out the ice and go north, as he likes to say, that's all well and good. And they are a force, and they did score a few more goals this year than in the past. And you could make an argument they're more fun to watch. I would say that, too, as an observer. So that's in the O-zone. But when you start, as I said, sorting out through the neutral zone, which is very important in hockey, as you know, and then when they get to the defensive zone, the one word that keeps getting kicked around all season is connected. Is the group connected? And they're not, in my opinion. They're not connected defensively in front of the goalies. So what you have, again, is, a Joey Decord stepping up and having a real solid season.
He goes on from there, but
he doesn't pull any punches, huh?
No, he does not.
I like
They
that.
have scored 242 goals this year, up from 217 a year ago. So they did score some more. Unfortunately, hasn't really translated. In terms of the Storm, they had the WNBA draft last night. Not quite the same level of publicity as last year with Caitlin Clark going number one, but Paige Beckers was the number one pick this year. She will go to Dallas, where she talked about a weird choice she has to make, apparently, between Tex-Mex and barbecue.
Before I was asked about Tex-Mex versus barbecue, I was unfamiliar with the term Tex-Mex, so that's my pick. But Dallas, I'm so excited. Just a new city, a new start, a fresh start, and so I'm excited. Let's get it.
Is it weirder that Paige Beckers has never heard the phrase Tex-Mex, or that Lyle has never heard of the Beatles?
Yeah. Yes. The answer is yes. And stop interrogating him.
I'll try to stop. Poor guy.
So mean to Lyle.
He's busy looking up all the Fenway stats, I think, right now.
Good.
I mean, I'm all the way back at 2016, and they have still not won a series in Fenway.
There we go. So my perception was right.
I believe it. Storm had the second overall pick. They get 6'6" French center Dominique Malonga. That is
and
everything you need to
Cashmere's
know.
finest, Haley Van Lith, in that first round. And she gets to pair back up with Angel Reese. They were
your favorite. You love Angel Reese.
She loves her too.
You
at
love
LSU.
her, really.
Oh, it was such a great experience for her at LSU with Angel. So I'm sure
Seems like you
so excited.
really enjoy her. Storm also gets Serena Sundell. That's Jalen Sundell's sister. She was drafted with the number 26 pick. All right. Brock, I got to play. We've talked about this briefly, but let me play these two pieces of sound again.
You kind of put it off, haven't you?
I have. I mean, I kind of blacked out a little bit while talking about it at 6:45. So hopefully I can rein it in a little bit. But we talked earlier, right? When you don't look at the standings every day, it's hard to have a national perspective. But sometimes that perspective from the outside feels so warped that you can't imagine it could be true. That's next on Brock and Salk. Before we answer some questions for Answer the Question Jerk, and we've only got like one or two. All Brock wants for his birthday, the only thing he wants.
That's it.
The only thing Brock wants for his birthday.
From Titus and his JV game over the fence today, and some good questions.
That's all he wants.
That's
Just some good Answer the Question Jerk questions.
Leonard Skinner, simple man.
Text him in, 866-979-3776.
Simple pleasures.
And we will answer them next on Brock and Salk.
For down territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
What's something people may have confused about what a run-heavy offense actually means?
People think that they're just going to run the heck out of the football. We're running the ball 35, 40 times. That's not really it. I want people to think of a run-heavy offense as that's the first punch that's going to be thrown. And it's going to be thrown often. But there are days you spread them out and you just let it go because you feel like there's advantages in other places on the field.
For down territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
When you have really good leaders, it makes it easy.
Gia arrived at Lee Johnson after 10 years at another dealership.
You know your job, but then you have people who you can rely on to help you with the big stuff that you need that support from. And I've gotten that every day with my service manager, with our assistant service manager, with even like our GM and our GSM. The way that, we're now on the showroom together, we are so close-knit just as a department. My service manager here, he's always open to teach you whatever you want to know. He just wants everybody to do good around him, and if somebody wants to learn something, I'm here to do it. And I've never had a service manager like that before. They're really good at promoting from within. That's one thing that I've learned from working here. Is I see people start out as a lot porter, and people work their way all the way up to being a general manager.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Announcing the Million Hour Volunteer Rally. G here, join me, Safeway and Albertsons, and donate your time and skills to support local food banks and host food drives or fundraisers. You can win free groceries for a year and a $5,000 donation to your favorite hunger relief agency. Visit albertsons.com/volunteer to learn more. Find volunteer opportunities and log your hours. 1 million hours will help create food secure communities. Visit albertsons.com/volunteer.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through April 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet and security edge for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying internet package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change. Early termination fee applies.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, an outdoor living, a television, and a kitchen, and PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Brock and Salk
weekdays 6 to 10.
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, the answer to the questions. Your questions are plentiful, Brock.
Oh.
They're bountiful today.
Oh, the people deliver.
Of course they would. You knew they
Didn't
would
even
for
have
your
to
birthday.
use your Jewish mom guilt.
No.
You just leverage my birthday.
I think that's enough. It's
When
tax
is-
day.
When is on the 15th? G
Yeah.
just had his.
Yeah.
When is yours?
28th.
28th, so 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So it's on a Monday.
Yeah,
Oof.
2 weeks
Okay.
from yesterday.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, this is
Let's
sort
go.
of a big run of birthdays here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Big time.
Me, you, G. That's kind of the extent of it.
There we go.
Anyway, before we do answer questions in about 15 minutes, I
What is
thought
that line about the forest and the trees? Is that the line you're
you
gonna
try to
kinda
see the
play here?
forest for the trees, right?
Yeah.
You try to get a little bit more perspective than other, like you're just right. And so that's why I'm at least taking seriously all of these conversations going on around the world, around the country, around the draft world about the Seahawks taking potentially a wide receiver with an early pick with number 18. And I mean, it sure feels like this is, if it's not the most common answer for what the Seahawks would and should do in the draft, it's close. It's certainly right there. Let's see.
And is that simply if we were doing this from afar, Salk, and we had to talk about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers draft or the Houston Texans draft, and we had to do it kind of from afar, we would look at it and go, okay, so who did they lose?
Right.
What did free agency look like? Where's maybe on paper one of their bigger holes?
I think so. I think that if we did it that way, yes. But we're not mock drafters, right? I mean, we're not draft nicks. I mean, the whole idea of being a person that, bothers to put out a mock draft from a national perspective is that you are supposed to be paying more attention beyond the amount that you and I would be of the Tampa Bay Bucks and just being like, all right, well, they lost this. They probably need to replace it. Like, I hope they're looking at what the Seahawks actually are trying to build. And if what that means is bringing in a wide receiver at number 18, I'd be shocked. And by the way, that certainly shouldn't speak for Mina Kimes. I mean, here she is talking with Todd McShay. This is on the Mina Kimes show. And she's asking Todd, all right, what do you do if Gray Zabel and Matthew Golden are both available at 18?
Golden.
Yeah.
Between those two players, I can get it. I can kick a tackle into guard in this second round. They've got additional picks. Yeah, I think we need a weapon. He's 4.29. He's not. The only thing with Golden that he's not as great after the catch as you would expect him to be. But my goodness, I love his routes. I love the way he leverages them, his stem, in and out of break.
I said earlier, Brock, I really don't care about how he leverages his stem.
You don't care how he leverages
I really
his stem?
don't. Matthew
Really?
Golden, I really don't care about his stem leverage.
Lyle, do you know what it means to say leverage your stem?
It's just
On the
what you
wide
do at the
receiver
top of a
routes?
route, essentially.
Oh, good. There you go. Sorry for the interrogation for the third time today. Yes.
I really don't care. I'm sure he's great at leveraging his stem. I'm sure he's the best stem leverager in the draft. I just don't want them to draft a wide receiver with the number 18 pick. Leverage your stem somewhere else, sir. Please stop leveraging it in Seattle. I don't think we need it here. They need him to leverage that stem elsewhere.
It really moves my water when you start using draft terms. For your birthday gift to me for the next 10 minutes, will you do nothing but just really leverage your draft
I'm going to try to leverage my own
Get off.
stem here on the show.
Burst.
As you would
hip,
expect him to be, but my
knee
goodness,
bend.
I love his routes. I love the way he
Ankle
leverages
flexion.
his stem,
yes.
in and out of breaks. Catch, make the first defender miss, speed. And you know what he did?
He's got
He comes to
speed.
Texas, and he's the number 2, and Isaiah.
Oh, he's got speed. Why didn't somebody tell me? Oh, there's a wide receiver with speed. Oh, well, then they need him. I'm in. By all means. I didn't know he had speed and stem leverageability. Not to mention he knows routes. Well, my God, you've got to draft him.
What if I told you he had a French bulldog?
That'd be great. I like a good French bulldog. I have one myself.
I just wanted to know if it would change your mind.
It would not, because unfortunately, he can't kick inside to guard. And again, I don't need them to. I've said this a few times. If you really believe that the strength of this draft in the guard, tackle, center, offensive line market is in the second round rather than the first, fine. I'm fine with that. But then I really hope that you're using that first-round pick at number 18 either to trade back or, more likely, to help your defensive front seven, because that is supposed to be what this team is all about, and I would like it to be even better than it is right now. I'd love for that unit to truly get to be elite.
Yeah, just play the start. Can you replay the start of it, or is it too far?
No,
too
I can
far
play.
gone?
Here you go.
Just
Golden.
Between those two
Yeah.
players.
Yeah. Definitely
no.
Golden.
It's the next part of it.
Golden.
Yeah.
Between those two players. I can get it. I can kick a tackle into guard in this second round.
See, I can just see Ray Roberts when he filled in a couple weeks ago, and I think we played some of the sound of it. He was like, "Stop diminishing the linemen." This has been just a team that at times, both through payroll, it's kind of like the Mariners experiment at third base or at first base, or we can take this guy, or we can do that. We can take a tackle. We can kick him down in the guard. We just take him. Just take a tackle, kick him in the guard.
Yeah, it's the dismissive tone of like, you can always just find some other guy to play the middle line.
Guard.
Really? Because it's been a decade and they haven't found anybody.
Yeah. You know what I want?
Just find them.
I want a 6'5", 311-pound athlete that jumps 33 and a half. You know what I want in Gray Zabel? A 6'6", 310-pound guy that jumps 37. Because you know what there are not many of? Those kind of guys. There are not many of those. You know what? There are a lot of kind of guys.
Guys
God
who can
bless
leverage
them.
their stems.
Laumea and Haynes and Bradfords. There's a lot of those guys in the third, fourth, fifth, sixth round that, you know what, are not an ideal proportion, that are not an ideal athlete, that are not an ideal guy. And instead of just like, well, we can just kick him in there, we can live with him.
Find one.
I don't want to just live with them.
Right.
I want to win with them.
Especially when you're telling me that this is the way you want to build your team. If you say you want to be like the Ravens and the Lions and the Eagles and the teams that are out there trying to kick butt, don't you need people that can kick butts rather than leverage stems? That's just me. What? Sorry. Let me play.
By the way, once again, all I'm thinking with stems is the stem of a wine glass.
Oh, that's what you're thinking.
Receivers are like the stem of a wine glass.
Sure.
And you know what I want? What is that? What when the beer
Stemless?
comes in the bigger? No,
you want a stein.
A stein.
You want a stein or
even bigger than that?
A mug.
When you go to get like 64 ounces of a beer or whatever it is.
Stein.
Like, no, not a.
You want a Nebuchadnezzar. What do you want? Sounds like a stein is what you want.
Oh, back in Ellensburg, I would go to their little brewery. Ironwood.
You want a?
And you could pick up.
You want a?
Chalice?
A chalice? No.
No. What is the term for not a keg?
You want a growler.
There. Thank you.
You want a growler.
A stem is like a wide receiver wine glass. A growler is what you need in this draft.
Yeah.
A growler.
Yeah.
Just a mean old sucker that's a difference maker and just a growler, not a stem.
Between those two players. I can get it. I can kick a tackle into guard in this second round. They've got additional picks.
No, Todd.
And I think we need a weapon. We need he's 4'2",
play at Cowherd. That's enough.
The only thing with Golden that he's not as great after the catch as you would expect him to be. But my goodness,
So we
I
don't
love
actually
his
see
routes.
the
I love the way he
goodness.
leverages the stem in and out of breaks. Catch, make the first defender miss, speed down the. And you know what he did?
Play the Cowherd, please.
Oh, because this one's better? Because instead of
Yes.
gushing over the stem of leveraging of Matthew Golden, he's talking about a guy that you think doesn't even like football.
I will tell you this. Seattle likes him a lot. I'll just leave it at that. Seattle likes him a lot.
So could T-Mac be the essentially replacement to DK Metcalf, pair him up with JSN?
If I had to make a prediction on my draft, he goes to the Seahawks.
Maura, can you find on my birthday here? It's the last time on my birthday is going to be used in a preposition. Can you find that Matt Miller sound we played yesterday when he was talking about all the red flags of Ted O'Rourke McMillan? So it's not just me with egg on my face if this is indeed what the Seahawks do. When he was talking about him, well, I know last year the tape wasn't great. I know last year he kind of made some business decisions. So a lot of guys make business decisions.
I have it right
You
here.
got it?
Yeah, I do. Here you go.
Oh.
He played down this year. He really did. He had 6 drops. The urgency in his route running was gone this year. He had a new head coach. I think that played into it a lot. He is not the only college football player that I saw make business decisions this year where you feel like, I'm going to be a first-round pick. I'm getting NIL money. let's shift it into neutral a little bit. That happens. And it's an issue, right? The question is, do you
He's been, it's just he occasionally shifts it into neutral. That said, Brock, wait till he leverages his stems, and then you'll have a totally different view.
Let me just quote those 4 things. Right. Remember, you go through this process of discovery to try to find at the very heart, is the heartbeat of this guy all about ball? Does he live ball? Does he talk ball? Does he play? Is this like the essence of him as a professional? Let me just, 4 things that he just said. Right, he played down. Was the urgency there? No. Did he make business decisions? Sure. Did he put it in neutral? Yeah.
Put it in neutral.
What are we talking about?
Yeah. Does he play a position you shouldn't be drafting at number 18 just 2 years after taking Jackson Smith and Jigba there? Yes. There's a big fat yes for you. Please do not take another wide receiver at number 18. And yes, I mentioned this. I'm going to be on King 5 with Paul Sylvie that night. And if they draft, I swear to God, if they draft one of these 2 guys at 18, I said earlier to Lyle, Paul's going to be like the dudes in Pulp Fiction picking up little pieces of brain and skull detail because my head's going to explode live on television.
Or you're going to sound really smart and say, you know what, Paul, this guy's stem. You should see the way he stems his routes.
You know why the Seahawks decided to do this? Thank you. I'm glad you asked as your official.
429 is 429, Paul.
2 things you want to look at. 1, speed. I mean, he brings speed. Very important at the wide receiver position. Secondly, his route running, excellent. Leverages the stem as well as anybody in this draft. And you can't say that about a person at the wide receiver position every year. This is a legitimate stem leverager. Also,
and then when it's T-Mac, it's not Tracy McGrady.
Wait till he makes a catch, Brock. The run after the catch is superb. It's sublime. T-Mac, oh my gosh, the catch radius. Wait till you see 50-50 ball. It's not 50-50 for him. It's like 90-10. He's going to catch everything. A quarterback can just chuck it up blindly. It doesn't matter whether he's got any protection. He can close his eyes and throw it as high as he wants anywhere on the field like a giant game of 500. And Tedero and McMillan, when he's not taking a nap, will wake up, run over to it, well, maybe jog. But then, because he's just got this unbelievable ability at the last moment to wake up, pretend that he likes the game of football and catch the ball in midair, you don't even need an offensive play. The play is just to play 500, and this guy will jump up in the air and catch the ball.
You know what the kids say in terms of regarding to what you're talking about right now? They say bleep it, Tedero and McMillan down there somewhere.
Yeah.
That's the play.
And that's a great play in the NFL, is what I've always heard. Is like the more you can say bleep it, just yell Kobe when you throw the ball. Everything will work out fine.
That's what they say. McMillan's down there somewhere.
Yeah.
Or throw him that moon ball.
Hey,
or
I'll
throw
tell you
him
what,
that Salk
you just
fastball.
brought back Drew Lock. That's what Drew does on half his plays anyway. So it seems like this is perfect. You've got the exact right situation to bring in Tedero and McMillan or Matthew Golden's stem leveraging ability.
I'd vomit.
Yes. Well, there you go. Some people may be doing that now with the amount of times I've said stem in the past 15 minutes. Let's answer stupid questions.
This is Brock and Salk's Answer the Question, Jerk.
Keep asking questions. Come on, I'll answer them. Come on, I'm here. I'm going to answer your questions, dang it.
Answer my question! The question, jerk! Well, don't just stand there. Answer the question, jerk!
All right, happy birthday, Brock, for one last time here today. A lot of questions for you today for your birthday. Answer the question, birthday jerk. Have you ever legitimately forgotten your age?
No.
You
Not
sure?
yet.
Not yet?
Not yet, no.
Kids' ages?
No, it's pretty decent in that way, too. Numbers, I'm pretty good. Numbers, thankfully, like my credit card, like numbers, I'm pretty decent still with numbers.
Okay.
Oh.
Brock, do you think it's easier to hunt turkeys or elk?
Ooh, that's a great question. And I honestly think with some of the adjustments I'm making this fall, getting off of the college football trail, you know what I'm going to get to do?
More elk and turkey hunting?
I'm actually going to get to elk hunt. I turkey hunted one time. That did not go well. Felt like Rambo running through the woods, but never got onto one.
Is that what you're supposed to do? I feel like you're supposed to stay far away. Why would you get onto the turkey?
No, we tried to circle around it, get ahead. We could see where they were going.
Oh, I thought you were going to wrestle that sucker.
No, and then you got to get ahead, and then you got to be totally camouflaged. I actually saw a turkey yesterday in the front yard. There was a wild turkey in her front yard yesterday. I'm going to say elk hunting easier than turkey hunting.
Ever told you the story? There was this girl I liked in college, and she she had this ex-boyfriend guy, whatever. Anyway, I was having dinner with her, and she's like, yeah, so-and-so, he came back from his pig hunt. And I was like, he hunts pigs? Oh, that's tough. Will you walk up behind it with a gun while it's not moving and shoot the pig? And she's like, No, it's wild boar and he uses a knife. And I was just like, oh. Never mind.
No, he jumps out of a helicopter. They run down.
Right.
They do this in Texas. I had a friend do this one time. Yeah, they get at night, and the sounds are just pretty awful.
Yeah,
You chase them down with dogs, and then you jump on their back.
Hand-to-hand combat with this wild boar. It's like, oh, never mind.
Do you hunt, Michael?
I do not. No, not something I'm interested in. Brock, milk chocolate or dark chocolate? I don't know what that next word is, so I don't want to say it because I don't know what it means.
Yeah, milk chocolate.
The real
I
answer
know
to that
dark
question
chocolate's better for
No.
you. And,
Brock, the answer is neither. The answer is semi-sweet, always.
Really?
Semi-sweet chocolate.
I kind of
Like chocolate chips and all that. That's all semi-sweet. Semi-sweet's the answer.
All right.
Milk
for
is...
you, but not for me.
Huh?
I like dark chocolate.
I like both. Like all three are good in their own way. Milk chocolate can get kind of like too sweet where it starts to like hurt your teeth.
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't like that. After watching the Masters and listening to Jim Nantz, I wondered your thoughts on who has seen the most iconic moments in sports as an announcer.
Oh, my gosh. I mean, Vince Scully did it for 90 years.
Yeah.
Al Michaels
Right? I mean,
got to be up there.
Yeah. Al Michaels going to be way, way up there, too.
Nantz just because of the multiple sports. Both Nantz and Joe Buck have multiple sports, which helps.
You know, I wrote this little note down when Passan was saying of the guys that he would enjoy watching throw a complete game for the Mariners, and he pointed to Wu. I think it's because Wu makes it look easy. Like these golfers like Connors and Rory McIlroy, and when you watch them swing and you're like, how do they do that? Versus DeChambeau, who looks like Walter, right, with his just force and just violence, and when Logan's coming down the mound with all the different parts and the it's not quite as aesthetically pleasing. I mean, Rory is just... And Wu's the same way. Like, how does he throw 97?
It was funny. I was talking to or texting with my friend Shane from the home course, who's tremendous golf. I mean, the best golfer I've ever played with. Guy shot a 64, 8 birdies, no bogeys when I was out with him last. Like, it's kind of hard to fathom how that works. And we were talking about Rory, and he's like, I think this now like frees up Rory to go win a ton more majors. And I was like, yeah, maybe, but also, does he now? He's getting older. Does injuries, this and that, start to play a role? It always feels after a major win like someone's going to go on a run. And he was like, yeah, but his swing is so easy that it's not violent like Jason Day's old swing or some others. Like, he's just not going to get hurt because he doesn't swing that way.
Yeah, and I don't see him tinkering like Tiger did, who changed his swing like 3 times. Like, why you got to change that?
He changed it a little bit. Remember, he used to be like an all-draw guy off the tee, and then he became a fade guy. But, yeah, for the most part, just whether he putts or not.
By the way, I knew Al Michaels called the Miracle Game and has done football and baseball, but he's called championships of all 4 majors.
Yeah. Yeah, dude's really done a lot.
Wow.
Jim Nantz brings the college basketball, golf, and the football. That's a lot.
And remember, Al
Bob
took his
Costas
kitchen.
Done a bunch.
Al took the kitchen out of his house.
True.
Because they just go out to eat it.
I wonder about
a vegetable.
What about what's his name? The boxing guy used to do the Muhammad Ali.
Howard Cosell.
Howard Cosell.
Yeah, he would be.
Howard Cosell's got to be on that list.
I feel like you and Howard would get along well.
I kind of like to have met Howard Cosell. I bet he was entertaining. Dick Stockton had a lot on his resume
he did.
during his time. That would be
All right,
up
let's go.
there.
We got a lot of questions.
I'm sorry. Vern Lundquist. All right, best birthday celebration. I tend to go to Mariners games for me, whale watching for my fiance. Okay. Specific.
I mean, Diamond Club for the Mariner game, not
Like
bad.
G. Yeah, if you can get G's hookup.
That's not bad. Poor G. G doesn't get anything, right?
No,
G
it's
doesn't.
sad.
Oh, poor woe is me. Been to Diamond Club twice already.
These are right up your alley, Brock. Brock, I have 3 kiddos, 2 girls and a boy, who's the youngest, so same dynamic as you do. What does my boy need to prepare for most growing up with 2 older sisters?
Oh, he's going to be so well-versed. Unlike yours truly, that grew up with 2 brothers and did not know how to talk to a female species.
Right.
Like, he's going to be so well ahead of the curve. So comfortable. I would say this, too, what's really neat. I don't think this is a shock or unique to Titus. Because of the 2 older sisters, he loves Dylan. He loves Jackson.
Yeah.
He loves Sam and Gabe and Josh and his, like he just loves the older kind of brother
Makes sense.
through boyfriends or family.
We miss Brent Musburger, by the way. Brent's seen a lot of iconic moments. A lot. And made and lost a lot of money off of me also. This one's also for you, Brock, since you're in wedding season. We're making the guest list for our wedding next year. We have family out of town that we're inviting, but they would probably stay with family in town that we are not going to invite. Do we have to invite the in-town family because they would most likely host our out-of-town family?
Probably, yeah.
That's tough.
Yeah, you want the Hatfields of the McCoys, or do you want to get along?
So terrible, though. Like, that is the problem with weddings, right? Like, you just, well, I have to do this because we're going to do that. Then you have to do that. Well, if you do this, then you have to do that.
Right.
Ugh.
I have to invite Mike. I want to invite Heather and the girls, but I have to invite Mike,
That's
too.
nice. I don't know about this one. Answer the question, jerks. What's your go-to weekend breakfast? Waffles, eggs, or something granola and liberal like avocado toast? And here I am. I didn't realize that political views affected the way people eat their breakfast, but
oh, no question they do.
Apparently it does.
You want to go to a grease pit Republican restaurant spot, or you want to go to one of those foo-fooey liberal spots?
Oh, is that what it is?
With herbs and avocados.
Yeah. Who knew?
Are you waffles or pancakes?
Pancakes.
Yeah. Lyle, waffle?
I don't
pancakes?
love pancakes, waffles, or French toast is definitely last.
Me too.
Pancakes would be one, waffles two.
Oh, French
By the
toast
way,
is
Lyle-
one of those three for me.
Lyle did some homework for me on my birthday.
Oh,
Thank
yeah.
you, Lyle.
Last time the Mariners won a series in Boston?
2014.
Wow. Been a while.
Yeah, 11 years.
Yeah.
Sheesh. I'm still thinking about my liberal breakfast.
I enjoy avocado toast.
Yeah, typical
And
Maura.
I don't
Well,
do
you're
a
a
lot of
liberal,
sweet
Maura.
breakfast,
Yeah, Maura.
You're a woke liberal.
But sometimes
Eating
just
your woke
sometimes
toast.
just an everything bagel and cream cheese.
And
Yeah, I don't know why you
granola.
why do you gotta choose the same thing every time?
Yeah.
Variety's the spice of life. Sometimes I like eggs and toast. Sometimes I do like avocado. Sometimes I want, bacon on the side of pancakes. Sheesh.
Sometimes I get those chocolate croissants from Trader Joe's that you leave out overnight.
Sounds pretty good too.
We done here?
I think we are. Yeah, I think we're pretty well done. I think we're pretty well done here today. That should do it.
How are you going to leverage your stem later?
Well, it's a good thing the show's over. Like 3 or 4 jokes.
There we go.
The jokes.
yeah.
For the record, you know how you were being really, really, really showing your willpower earlier, Brock, by not doing your stupid dentist bit?
Yep.
I've shown a
You just showed it?
lot of willpower with this whole stem leveraging
I could
thing.
tell. I could really, really, really tell. Thank you.
But Heather's going out of town today, so I don't know. All right, we got to go. We'll be back tomorrow morning. Daniel Jeremiah will join us. Brock, happy birthday. Enjoy your 49th. We'll see you guys at 6 a.m. in the Hay
Barn.
Happy birthday. See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
Mike Greenberg, kind enough to join us.
Do I believe in Sam Darnold? Yes. Do I believe that he will duplicate what he did a year ago? I'm not so sure. He definitely has the talent. He is turnover prone. It is not realistic to think that's going to get coached out of him. But I think he is more than good enough to win with.
Hear the rest of this interview on demand at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. we can help.
LeeJohnson.com is a dynamic research tool.
We want to give the customer enough information to where they don't have to go anywhere else to research any of the questions they have. And if they want more information, we'd love to be there to help. We don't want them to feel like they're dependent on emailing us or texting us or calling us just to get the information they need. So we put it all out there. We call them digital retailing tools, big fancy calculators where you can get in there and change the terms and change the payments and change the cash down. And it'll give you a disclosure of, hey, when you do this, this means here. And a consumer can get on there and do a lot of this themselves. And then if they choose to get us involved, we can actually get involved on the backside of it and help them along the way. We want to give the consumer the same tools that we have and let them understand what we understand.
Yup, that's pretty much what you'd expect. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Through June 23rd, get 400 megabit Xfinity Internet with free equipment and unlimited internet data. Plus, get one unlimited 5G mobile line included, all for $40 a month for 1 year. And ask how you can get a free 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply with paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Xfinity Internet required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year, rate increases to $70 per month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual fees vary, not guaranteed.
The sports calendar is heating up, and with ESPN Bet Sportsbook, you can go from checking news and stats to placing bets in just a couple of taps. Stream games, bet live, and get exclusive offers when you link your ESPN account. Right now, you can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code JOEQ to get started today. That's JOEQ, JOEQ. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Think about your home. Warm in the winter, cool in the summer. If any of these don't work, your quality of life is impacted. For a decade, I've trusted Home Comfort Alliance to fix and upgrade it all. Hi, John Curley here. Upgrade now with incredible savings on ultra-efficient heat pumps. Get up to $5,000 in local utility rebates. And Eastsiders save up to $6,000 with the Energy Smart Eastside program. Plus, Home Comfort Alliance is offering up to 10% off all heat pumps and air conditioning systems through April. Call Home Comfort Alliance, the comfort people. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Dame Lillard will miss the start of the